Hello everyone, we're back with some more D&D, Lost City of Mezro.
Hello.
Hello.
Last week was a downtime session. We got some downtime done, and then everyone was called to Port Nyanzaru to learn that Artus Cimber has gone missing. He created a simulacra that occupied his room for the last month, while he set off to journey to the land of Bakumora, Zinhorn's homeland, without notifying anyone. As if this wasn't bad enough, his departure coincided with some old friends from his past showing up in Port Nyanzaru to try and reclaim the Ring of Winter, the Frost Giants. You were able to drive the Frost Giants out of the city, and Bobbit convinced their Jarl to leave and not raid Port Nyanzaru this day. However, the Jarl vowed to return one day in the future once he unites all of the Frost Giant clans under his leadership. To return,
I still see that as
you still stand by that decision. To return to Port Nyanzaru and raze everything to the ground, to find the Ring of Winter and get revenge on Bobbit specifically for killing the Frost Giant Skald, who happens to be the Jarl's bride.
No, that was technically Zinhorn. I don't take responsibility for that.
But you were the one who had the horn.
Yes, you did have the trophy.
And watch me still not take responsibility for that.
And so, it is now a day later. You are walking through the streets of Port Nyanzaru, Massacre by your side. Life, for the most part, has returned to normal relatively quickly after the Frost Giant attack. The repairs on the damaged buildings and infrastructure have already been nearly completed, and for the most part, the citizens seem to have already forgotten the dire peril they were placed in. The inhabitants of the city once again congregating in crowds, a multitude of colours and shapes and sizes, tabaxi minstrels once again playing at the street corners, and the market districts once again filled with the stimulating smells of spice and other exotic goods. As you walk alongside Massacre, she is rattling off a list of items off some internal list she holds in her head. She's muttering under her breath about Artus's audacity to leave without telling anyone. And she's reciting to you what you think is a summary of what she feels needs to be done when he is found. Most principal among them, what she refers to as a sand bath. So he left without telling anyone, she says. To Bakumora, at least a month's journey on foot, which means he left as soon as we returned from restoring the Daijobi Senga, which means either he had it in his mind and intended to do it as soon as we got back, or somebody placed a seed in his head and he made a very impulsive decision. She says, luckily you were able to find the map, otherwise we would have no way of getting to Bakumora or even knowing where it is. She turns to Zinhorn and she says, and this friend of yours who you sent to Bakumora, Ava, You say she left for Bakumora months ago, and yet you've heard nothing from her since. I feel that, at least for her sake, it's imperative that you get to Bakumora as soon as possible. I suppose we have to rescue Artus. After all, his Ring of Winter might be necessary at some point. But between him and your friend, who's been missing for quite some time, you should get there as soon as possible. She brushes her hands together. She says, I've already sent word to Captain Thessalandra. The airship should be primed and ready to leave as soon as you wish. She says, I only hope that Ubtao guides you and helps you get to Bakumora as fast as possible before Artus does anything stupid.
Well, more stupid.
When you say stupid, wouldn't running off with a potentially evil entity stored in a ring of absolute power already count as incredibly stupid? Just a quick thought.
She sighs and shrugs and places a palm of her hand on her brown forehead and closes her eyes for a moment, and then she says, despite all of Artus's mistakes and all of the reasons he has given us not to trust him, part of me still believes that everything he does, he has done for a good reason. At least I can only hope as much. And so I hope that wherever he is, if he did indeed make it to Bakumora, that he is still alive. Perhaps your friend Ava is assisting him in whatever he needs to do, and that at the very least you will be able to help him. She thinks for a moment and she says, I still do not even understand why he felt Bakumora was a place he must go. Why it was at all important to the resurrection of Mezro. But obviously he had his reasons, and for the sake of Mezro, I ask you, Lady Alessander, please resist your urge to deal him grievous bodily harm when you find him.
I don't recall ever saying grievous, but very well, very well.
We have ways of healing him, so a little bodily harm may happen. After all, he kinda deserves it.
See, the fun thing is he's the reasonable one of this group.
She sighs and she says, very well, I suppose. You haven't known him as long as I. Alessander, your memories of him are fragmented. All you have to go by is what he's done so far, and for Zinhorn in particular, I understand why Artus may seem to be, well, less trustworthy than he appears at the moment. Please, just keep him alive. That's all I ask. She says, as untrustworthy as he is right now, as strange as his motives might be, especially with the Ring of Winter on his finger, perhaps even exerting its influence over him, he is necessary for the resurrection of Mezro. She says, now, I believe Captain Thessalandra has the airship ready at the Port Nyanzaru Harbour. Even through the air, the journey to Bakumora will be quite a long one, so I advise you, before you leave, she gestures around at the streets of Port Nyanzaru, at the throngs of people wearing bright, multicolored clothing of all colors of the rainbow, the market stalls, the tabaxi minstrels playing lutes and dancing back and forth through the crowds. There is no better place to obtain anything you desire than Port Nyanzaru. Just make sure you have what you need before you leave. Bakumora is a long way away, and she bows her head, looks sadly at Zinhorn. After all this time, we are not even sure if there is anything left there in the way of civilization. She looks up, brushes some hair out of her face, and says, I will be remaining in Port Nyanzaru. Last time I travelled with you, Lady Alessander, I barely got out alive. No, I feel in Bakumora I would only be in the way. Besides, here in Port Nyanzaru I can keep my ear to the ground. There are other associates of Artus, some other old friends, in particular a paladin of Ubtao by the name of Dragonbait that I've been meaning to track down. They may be able to assist us at a later time. She looks at you again, each of you in turn, and she says, May Ubtao guide you. And then with a swish of her blue cloak, she turns around and disappears into the crowd, leaving you alone in the street.
Zinhorn, before she goes too far, just chases after her for a moment.
Yep.
And goes,
Push into the crowd and run up to her, place your hand on her shoulder. She stops, looks over her shoulder, and she says, Zinhorn, there's something you want to say?
yes. Although, in the grand scheme of things, you've only just become known to most of us in this group, I trust Alessander and Bobbit, still not sure which one more, but you have a connection with them, and therefore you have a connection with me. I trust you, and you have proven yourself to be most helpful in recent times. With that said, should you need to, the Druid Sanctuary of the Emerald Enclave is your sanctuary as well. If you need to rest or look things up, the resources there are for you to use as well.
Messica nods, and she says, That will be helpful. I thank you for that, Zinhorn, and when you return from Bakumora, I hope that I will have more information to share. Let us hope that this paladin, Dragonbait, is more aware of his duties and eager to help than Artus is.
And should you hear of anything or need to leave secret notes of what is going on, the Enclave, there's many areas which are only known to those of high rankings in Archdruids for you to leave us a message.
She nods and she says, I will keep that in mind. If I need to provide information to you secretly, then I will take advantage of the Emerald Enclave. She sighs and she says, I guess since leaving Mezro, it has been a strange feeling for me to rely upon others, but for what it's worth, I trust you, Zinhorn, and as such, I trust the Enclave. She smiles. May Ubtao guide us both. And then she turns and walks into the crowd of people.
Xenon just says, if you ever shall need us, and then just Druid crafts a flower.
In her hair once again.
This is, leave this for us.
You see her as she walks away just reach up and touch her hand to her hair, and she looks over her shoulder briefly, smiling, before she vanishes among a throng of people. So, before you all get on the airship and leave to Bakumora, is there anything you would like to do here in Port Nyanzaru? Messica did suggest it would be a long journey, and as such, if there are any supplies you would like to acquire, this would be the time and place for it.
Looking at a map, how long... So we think it's going to take 1 month to get there from ship?
Well, it's 1 month on foot. If you look at the map, Bakumora is all the way down south beyond the Valley of Dread, in between the Samarak Mountains.
Yeah.
Which means by airship it may take a 10-day or more.
Okay. Hold on, I just need to look up. Transport by plant. Wait, what is the spell actually called?
Transport via plants.
Via plants, of course, via plants.
Yes, if you could find a way to transport via plants, I mean, there are plenty of plants around Bakumora, you might be able to...
Well, I've never seen those plants.
No, but
I was thinking, would I be able to transport the ship through a plant?
I don't
If there was a ship big enough. If there was not a ship big, if there was a tree big enough.
I don't see why that wouldn't be possible, if indeed you could find a plant big enough.
I mean, we know for a fact that we've very recently come from a giant tree.
Yes.
So at least, I mean, it wouldn't be the full trip, but it would definitely cut it down by like half the trip.
Yes, but the tree is... Well, actually, the tree is, about halfway down, so the tree is here. Meaning you would cut at least a third of the trip.
Were there any massive trees in Omu?
There may have been. In fact, I would like you to please make a nature check.
Alright, let's see if these dice do better for me in D&D than they do for rouse checks. What is my nature? That's one of my good ones. Woo! That is 15 plus 7, so 22.
You remember Omu being quite literally overgrown with all sorts of foliage, and you don't remember specifically whether there were any large plants, but it's very likely that if you were to cast the spell and think of Omu, you would be able to transport the ship via one of the plants in Omu. After all, the entire city was overrun.
Well, I have an idea to cut our trip right down, if people are willing, but I'd also need to ask the captain if she would be willing to gamble with this being successful or not. But otherwise, I don't really have any preparations to do.
Yep. Anyone else?
I do need to ask though. So last session I gained 250 gold and the braces of archery.
Yes.
Okay, so that brings you up to...
Have we rested since the...
Yes, you've had a long
run?
rest. It's the next day.
Cool.
So Lucian just says, I believe I have everything I need, and with this he holds out his right hand, and there on the ring finger you see a bright gold ring inlaid with gemstones, and instantly recognize it as a ring of protection.
I need to look up braces of archery.
I have 3 regular potions and a potion of greater healing.
What about Bobbert / Alessander? And yeah, it's M key to talk, M2.
Yeah, I'm with you. I got that. 4 standard, 2 greater, and 1 supreme.
Okay, so you're pretty much set to go as well. So
Hold on, I actually need to look up what items I have because it's been a while since I've opened up my item sheet. Come on, Excel. What potions do I have?
Sir Lucian has 3 potions of healing and 4 potions of greater healing. As he shows these off in his bag and you hear the glass bottles rattling, he just says, indeed, over the past month I have spent a veritable fortune on ensuring I can survive any future heroics.
Could I look for a potion seller? Because I'm going to need to buy some potions of healing.
Very well. A potion seller is very easy to find here in Port Nyanzaru. All you have to do is round the corner into the nearest market district, and sure enough, at one of the stalls you find a hobbling hunchback old lady with gnarled fingers, with an array of various different potions laid out on the stall. And she smiles at you and asks you, "Which strength, my dear?"
I would like to look for it's normal, greater, and then supreme.
Supreme, yeah.
I would like to look for greater or supremes if she has any.
She says, "Greater and supreme, indeed. She says, "A potion of greater healing, 200 gold per bottle." She then rifles amongst the other bottles that she has underneath the stall. You hear the clanging of the glass bottles, and she says, "Potions of supreme healing, 500 per bottle."
I will take 2 supreme and 10 greater.
Her eyes light up as she realizes how many potions she's sold, and she says, "Oh, I can close up early today." She eagerly counts your money, taking all of 20 minutes to seemingly individually count every coin, and then she bundles up your potions, places them in a paper bag, and hands it to you over the stall.
Thank you.
She cackles as she grabs the rest of her potions, sweeps them into her pack, and then pulls the curtain across the stand to indicate that the shop is now closed. You return to the others, find them at the harbour, where Bobbit and Zinhorn are engaged in conversation with Lady Thessalandra, her red cloak and long billowing orange hair flowing in the sea breeze. You see her nod, and as you approach, she looks at you and she says, "Bulb, your companions have informed me about your proposal to transport the Star Goddess by plant." She says, "Can you be certain that there would be a big enough vessel in Omu to carry the entire ship and her crew?"
That's is the problem where it stands. I didn't spend much time alive in Omu, and so I only really spent enough time there to realize that yes, there's a lot of foliage I don't really know if there was a single tree big enough, it would be a gamble.
She says, and if there is not one big enough, then what would become of us and the Star Goddess?
The spell will fail and no portal will open in the first place.
She says, well, in that case, I feel like the stakes are not that high. Either it works or it doesn't. It places no harm to us other than ensuring it takes us considerably longer to get to the destination.
Yes, the only thing is I will have to be standing on the ground to cast the spell. So you will need to pick me up when we get there.
She says that can be done. She says, you remain here then, and where will you be casting the spell?
Can I find a tree big enough to transport the ship from here? Let alone...
Perhaps not right here in the city, but once you leave the city walls out into the jungle, you might be able to.
Okay, can I... I'm going to guess that the spiders aren't anywhere nearby.
They're in the grove. You can call for them if you wish.
The tree that I grew for the grove, is that big enough?
That would be big enough. It's the biggest tree in Port Nianzru. It's so large that the entire grove is built around it, so...
Okay, well, if she can fly her ship there without risking damage to the ship or to anyone, then I'll lead the way to the grove and get ready to cast a spell at the grove.
Very well, she says. We will have the ship idle above the Emerald Enclave Grove, and when we see the portal open, we'll pilot the ship through it. She looks at Zinhorn, Bobbit, and Sir Lucian, and she says, very well, you may remain with Bulb, or you can come aboard the ship. It's up to you.
So, what's the difference between staying with Bulb while he does the spell and being on the ship?
With me, you get to walk through. With them, you get to sit on the ship as the ship flies through.
Thessalandra shrugs, and she says, functionally, no difference. You're going to end up on the ship in either case.
Yeah, Bubba wants to go on the ship. She looks at the captain and goes, weird question, do you have any random junk lying around? Bubba wants to try and make some things.
She says, well, I suppose, there's the cargo storage. We usually keep our supplies in there, but, we haven't really done a comprehensive inventory since we got the ship up and running again, so you're free to have a look if you like.
Hooray! Bubba has things she needs to work on.
She looks up at the airship and touches her forefinger to her throat, and thaumaturgically amplifying her voice, she shouts, very well! Prepare to depart! Lower the rope ladder! You see the silhouettes of the crew scurrying back and forth, and sure enough, the rope ladder is dropped over the side of the ship, allowing you to clamber aboard. Zinhorn, will you be remaining with Bulb, or will you be going up on the ship with Sir Lucian and Bobbit?
You're staying with Bulb.
Very well.
Through the Enclave and just checking like the little secret areas, making sure that they have a single flower, the same style that I left with Messica,
yes.
So that she knows what the areas that I was talking about.
So you both watch as you see Bobbit and Sir Lucian clamber up onto the ship, and then you hear Captain Thessalandra's voice shouting, anchors away! Maintain low altitude into the city! And then the propellers of the ship begin to turn. The sails billow out and the ship begins to slowly make its way above the rooftops towards the Emerald Enclave. You and Bulb return to the grove, and Bulb busies himself in the central grove around the great tree, preparing it for the spell. As he does so, you see a group of newcomers being led through the grove by one of the leopards, and as they see you, they nod in greeting. Greetings, Archdruid. The leopard looks at you and says, I may be talking you up, dears. After all, it makes it much easier to teach people and convince them to join the Enclave when you have an air of celebrity about you.
Well, looks like you're just in time to see something rather spectacular.
Indeed, says the leopard. She stops and then sits down, crossing her hind legs while her front legs stand upright, looking for all the world like a large spotted vase. The group of new initiates that she had trailing along beside her stop and silently, with bated breath, watch to see what you will do. Zinhorn, as Bulb prepares, you check your quarters and the other areas within the Enclave that are for senior druids only. You find them to be well equipped, and you leave a small druid crafted flower in each one, indicating to Messica that these places are safe and that she is welcome here if the need arises. And then you return to the central grove, where on one of the low-hanging branches of the tree, a monkey is jumping up and down, clapping its hands together, looking at Bulb and shouting, "Come on! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it!" Bulb.
Oh, alright, if you insist.
What do you do, Bulb?
I place my hands on the tree and I cast Transport via plants and hope to link with a tree big enough in Omu.
You fix Omu firmly in your mind, at least what you remember of it. Place your palm on the tree and recite the words. You feel a gust of wind surge through the grove. You hear the newly recruited initiates in the background let out a collective "ooh," and then you look up above the open air canopy of the grove to the sky above, where a large green portal has opened, replacing the foliage of the tree.
Oh, glad that worked, I say to Zinhorn.
Yeah, imagine Bobbitt's just sitting on the ship going, it's great that worked. We probably would have crashed into the building otherwise. That would have been awkward. Oh well.
Indeed, says Captain Thessalandra. Concentrate sails into that portal! And down below, Bulb and Zinhorn watch as the great airship slowly approaches the portal, and then with a flash of light is engulfed by it. You hear the sounds of the propellers instantly cease, and the ship is gone.
You know what I just realized, Zinhorn?
What?
I really hope there's a clearing on the other side of this portal, and I step through.
You and Zinhorn place your hands upon the trunk of the tree and feel the magic engulf you. And as you are whisked away, you hear the monkey say, "Oh, that was it!"
I like the monkey.
There's a rush of wind, and you find yourselves stepping out of the trunk of a great tree, somewhere in a jungle clearing.
Oh, thank God.
Breathing a sigh of relief, you look around and see the edge of a cliff about 10 feet from where you stand. Make your way over to it and find that you are standing on a cliff overlooking the city of Omu down below. It appears, although you did not emerge within the city itself, you are more or less at your intended destination. Indeed, you turn around and see the tree that you emerged from is absolutely massive. Its trunk at least the breadth and width of a large stone pillar, towering above all of the other trees in the vicinity, rising well above the canopy, its foliage hanging like a blanket over the entire clearing. And sure enough, directly above you, you see the airship, the Star Goddess, its propellers spinning, its sails puffed out in the wind, and the rope ladder has already been deployed over the side of the ship, ready for you.
I turn to Zinhorn and go, I can't tell you how happy I am that there was a clearing on this side of the portal.
Well, as much as I've never been overly one to be impressed by plans, that was rather well done.
You clamber aboard the ship, and you see Captain Thessalandra standing at the helm with Bobbit next to her, eyes wide in wonder. Captain Thessalandra waves at you and shouts out, "Well played, Bulbasaur! That will certainly save us at least half of a tedious journey."
Yes, and now that we know that the tree in the grove is big enough, it'll only be a day trip back.
"Indeed," she says. "Well, make yourselves comfortable." And then she raises her hand to her mouth and shouts, "All right, crew, places, anchors away to Bakumora!" The crew scatter back and forth, grabbing hold of the rigging, turning the sails, and you feel a great lurch as the airship tilts up so that the front of it is facing the sky, and it pushes through the jungle canopy, taking to the clouds.
Honestly, I'm just happy that I didn't have to go back into Omu itself. Wasn't a fan.
So you've managed to cut a large portion of the journey away, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
So let us begin.
Well, I draw it.
The airship sails just below the clouds. You look around, the jungle canopy below is nothing but a green blur, and the only things piercing the clouds are the tops of distant peaks. 1, 2, 3, 4. At the end of the first day, who would like to make the encounter check?
I feel like I've done my work for the day. Someone else do it.
All right, fine. Force my hand. Why don't you? Six. All right, 6.
6. No encounter today.
Hooray. Good question. While people are sleeping or, resting and whatnot, can I go through some of the storage area and just look for bits and pieces?
You sure can.
Yes, I have something I was meant to try and build during the last downtime, and I completely blanked on. So now I figure I have a couple of days. I might as well make up for lost
Get
time.
to that in a moment.
Yep.
The first day of travel passes without event, save for just after lunchtime, where you hear excited shouts from the crew members and discover that somebody has spotted off the bow of the ship a chimera and a manticore locked in a vicious aerial battle.
Ooh, I'm going to be studying this.
This spectacle lasts for a full hour after lunch until the manticore emerges victorious, carrying the chimera away down below the jungle canopy. Several of the crew members turn to each other and exchange gold coins, grumbling and cheering, evidently having placed bets on the fight. And later, after everyone retires to bed, Alessander makes her way down into the cargo hold. And sure enough, you find scattered amongst the crates of perishable food and casks of drink a veritable treasure trove of random trinkets, instruments used for repairing the ship, maintaining the sails, testing the wind, and several knickknacks and pieces and random nuts and bolts scattered around used in the maintenance of both these instruments and the ship itself. Please describe what you were trying to make.
Well, since I realized that thanks to the Fae I can never get rid of the breathing issue, Boet wants to make a mask of some sort to make it appear like she requires the mask in order to breathe, to get around the...
All right, Darth Vader.
Indeed. Please
Worth it.
Please make a Tinker's Tools check. The DC for this will be 18.
I understand what I'm doing here, and I think it's fun that I'm essentially going to have Darth Vader and Palpatine in the same person, but we get around that.
Oh, God.
It's a 21.
A 21. You spend most of the night gathering random materials and nuts and bolts and cobbling them together into a face mask that obscures your chin and mouth but leaves the rest of your face visible. When you speak through it, it muffles your voice, making it sound as if you're speaking from a distant room, but it also disguises your constant breathing, rather than hearing an obnoxious every time you talk. Now your breathing sounds more like a rhythmic
Yeah, looks for me. Perfect.
almost as if you've suffered an injury, perhaps in battle, and rely on this device to help you to breathe normally. And so you no longer have disadvantage when making charisma checks.
Good.
However, when you roll the charisma checks, you receive a -2 to the roll.
Yeah, that's fair, I guess.
As while you've managed to disguise your breathing, it is still present. It is no longer as obnoxious, but as rhythmic as it is, it may still be found to be distracting by certain people when you talk to them.
Yeah, it's better than nothing, I guess.
You step out onto deck as the sun rises and you see the crew emerging from their quarters, wasting no time getting the ship ready for the next day of travel. Several of them comment on your mask, and one of them declares that it makes you look mysterious and brooding, and he shudders as he remarks that he wouldn't like to meet you in a dark alley.
Well, you know,
I wouldn't want to meet her in a dark alley before she had the mask.
Oh, and there's several people that probably wouldn't want to meet her there. Oh well, bit late for them. Isn't that right, Keeper?
1, 2, 3, 4. Keeper just groans. "Ugh." And at the end of the second day, who would like to roll for an encounter?
Yes, that's me.
Go ahead, Smithy.
That is a 15.
That is a 15. No encounter.
We only have short rests in between days, don't we?
But you could use them to do anything you would do on a long rest. You just don't heal as much as a long rest.
No, yeah, I was just wondering for the spell slot, that's all.
Yeah, that's
But
fair
if it's
enough.
short rest, I don't get back, so that's fine.
Okay.
And I don't have any animals to awaken at the moment, so...
No, you don't. The second day passes almost as uneventfully as the first. Sometime after morning tea, Captain Thessalandra announces that you are currently flying above the land of ash and smoke, weaving between the peaks of flame, and sure enough, the air becomes filled with black smog, and the rest of the day your nostrils are overwhelmed by the scent of burning sulfur. The next day, travel continues as normal. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who would like to roll for an encounter at the end of the third day?
I guess that's my turn.
Go ahead.
14.
14. There is no encounter today. And you find yourselves praising whatever gods still watch over Chult for this, as the day is, just like yesterday, marked by the ship travelling through thick clouds of black smog that reek of sulfur and brimstone, and even when you go below deck, you cannot escape this overwhelming stench. This night, just like last night, you find yourselves having trouble falling asleep as you toss and turn, pull the sheets over your head, trying to do anything to distract yourself from this awful smell. The next day you awaken and you see Captain Thessalandra already at the helm, her hair frazzled, her face withered and wrinkled as if she's had trouble sleeping the past few days, and as she sees you emerge on deck, she yawns and says, "Oh, thank the gods, at the end of today we shall be free of the land of ash and smoke." 1, 2, 3, 4. At the end of the fourth day, who would like to roll for an encounter? I believe I will do it in that case, because it's my turn. Well, Sir Lucian's turn. That means it's my turn. That is a 14. There is no encounter today, and just after lunchtime, the ship bursts free of the land of ash and smoke. The clouds of smog pass by and are left behind, and you breathe deeply of the fresh air. 1, 2, 3, 4. At the end of the fifth day, who would like to roll for an encounter?
We're back to Bobbert.
Back to Bobbert, indeed.
Did Bulb have a turn, or did I miss that?
Bulb had a turn, yes.
Okay, back to me. Ah, crap. 17.
17. Very well, very well. Just during lunch, as you're polishing off your meal, you hear shouts from above deck. Captain Thessalandra rises to her feet immediately. She makes her way up the stairs, and then no more than 60 seconds later, you hear her amplified voice. "Battle stations! Chimeras at the fore!" Please roll for initiative, everyone.
Unnatural 20.
Unnatural 20.
15, which would have been great a minute ago.
Yes, it would have.
14.
14. Very well, very well. Alright. Going to...
I just realised I'm an idiot and didn't change up my spells to be air spells.
Oh, you can do that. You would have had time to do that.
I'm just currently looking through all my spells and I...
Okay. Sure enough, as you emerge up onto the deck, you see the crew scrambling to battle stations, manning the ballistas and the cannons. And you see a flock of 3 chimeras barreling towards the ship from a nearby mountain peak. The lion parts of them roaring, while the snakes open their mouths, hissing, lashing their tongues through the air. Zinhorn, you are up first.
So, as a bonus action, going to get my shield going.
Yep. Auto defense straight, you call. Your shield rises above the ground and begins to encircle you.
Then going to create an ice storm
Yep.
that incorporates all of them.
Buffets all of the chimeras. Very well. Do you have range to cast it? Yes, 300 feet. You do.
Yeah, 300 feet and 20-foot radius.
Yep, so they are going to make their dex saves. That is a 9, a 5, and a 5. So failure for all three.
So they take 2d8 of bludgeoning.
Yep.
Which is 9 points of bludgeoning. And 4d6 of cold. Which is 6 and 4 is 10 and 3 is 13 and 2 is 15 points of cold damage.
Raise your hands and call upon your power, unleashing an icy wind off the side of the ship. It buffets all three chimeras. You hear them roaring in pain as the hail and ice strike them. They flap their wings desperately to remain afloat, and they took how much damage was it, sorry?
15 cold and 9
Lovely.
Bludgeoning.
Lovely, so 24 damage. It is now Bulb's turn.
Bobbit got a 15, didn't she?
Oh, Bobbit got a 15. Sorry, I thought you had 16.
No, I have 14.
Okay, so in that case, it is the Chimera's turn. The three Chimeras roar, and Chimera 2 makes a beeline straight for the source of the icy winds. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Nearly reaching the ship. And then... I don't think they could do anything. No, yep, they can't do anything, so all three Chimeras just make a beeline straight for the ship as far as they can get, but they don't quite manage to reach the ship yet. Bang!
Broken for chimeras.
The ballistas fire. Rolling a 13, and you see the bolts fired just short of where the chimeras are. It is Bobbit's turn.
Okay, Bobbit's going to first instruct Keeper to, can he just lob a ballista bolt at one of the chimeras using his strength?
He can try.
Yeah, I'll give him to do that. As for me, I will move myself up to firing range, and I'm going to throw a flame wave at the three of them.
Yep, what is the range of flame wave?
Well, it's a 40-foot cone, so I will move
yes.
so I'm not
So
in front of behind anyone.
So you run out in front of everyone, stand beside the ballista, and unleash your flame wave.
I forgot, I believe everyone needs
they
to
must make
a
their
dex
saves.
save.
So that is a 15, a 14, and an 8. I believe none of them pass.
Those are all fails. Okay, so it's going to be 7d8 of fire damage, and they're all going to get pushed 20 feet away from us.
Ooh, okay. 20 feet away. And please roll the damage.
Ooh, I love That's 36 points of fire damage.
Ooh, nice. Okay. You send out a surge of flame. It hits them just as they're about to reach the airship and pushes them back off into the air. They flap their wings, desperately trying to course correct. It is Bulb's turn.
I must say, thank you for pushing them away.
Ah, yes.
You're welcome.
What I was going to do was going to catch the ship in, but now it's not.
Wait, it's
I'm
Keeper's
going-
turn first. Sorry, I forgot Keeper.
Yep.
Keeper
Right.
groans. Ugh. He shuffles forwards, grabs a ballista bolt off the deck and hurls it towards the chimeras. But his
Go
throw
away.
is too short.
Aw, should have said Jordan.
It is Bulb's turn.
Okay, I'm going to cast Control Winds and cause a downdraft. So I take control of the air in a 100-foot cube that I can see within range.
Yep.
So I'm going to create it around the chimeras and make sure it's not hitting the ship. And a downdraft means that ranged weapon attacks that pass through the cube are made with disadvantage, unfortunately. However, a creature must make a strength saving throw if it is in the cube. On a failed save, the creature is knocked prone,
Ooh,
which
okay.
would drop them to the earth at this point.
So let us roll for that. That
So
is
strength save.
strength save. That is a 17, a 19, and a 24. That was a nat
Of course
20, the
it's-
last one.
One of them fails.
Yep. Chimera 1 attempts to right itself, but the wind is too fierce for it. You hear it roar as it falls to the ground below the jungle canopy and takes 18 points of bludgeoning damage.
Yep. And on the start of their next turn, they're going to have to remake the save because it's as soon as they start a turn or enter the area.
It is Sir Lucian's... Yep.
Sorry, and then as a bonus action, I activate my shield.
Ah, yes. Vomit, you call out, and your shield begins to circle you. So Lucian rushes forwards, and he says, "This is a job for my heroic throwing axe!" And he hurls his returning hand axe off the side of the ship towards Chimera number 2. That is a nat 1 on the first, but he hits with the second and third strikes. Because he has disadvantage. You see his hand axe blown slightly off course as it enters the cube of fierce wind. You hear Sir Lucian curse as he catches his axe and hurls it again. And he deals 18 points of damage to Chimera 2. It is now Zinhorn's turn.
So Chimera 1's on the ground.
Yep, although it will start to fly back up next round.
Yeah. So Zinhorn's going to run towards the front of the ship, like just in front of where the sails are.
Yep.
And as he does, he's going to just hurl a frostbite towards Chimera 2.
Yep. Go ahead. Please roll to hit it.
It's a
Oh, yeah,
con
that's
save.
right. That's con save. I always mix it up with Ice Knife. Even though you haven't used that in a long time.
I swapped out Ice Knife.
Yeah, that is a 14.
So that is a fail, so disadvantage on the next attack.
Yep.
And 5 points of cold damage. So not much damage, but disadvantage.
Very well. Okay, it is the Chimera's turn. Chimera 2 rights itself, and it makes a beeline straight towards Zinhorn. And then it unleashes its attack. The first one with its snake bite. That is a nat 20, unfortunately for you.
Is that with disadvantage?
Yes. I rolled twice. It got a nat 20. And then the second one... Oh, wait. No, I got that the wrong way around. Sorry. Nat 20 was the first one. The second one was an unnatural 23.
Oh, that does hit me, though.
But it's not doubled, yeah.
I'm gonna say it, right?
You take 14 points of piercing damage as the snake clamps its fangs into you. Please make a con save.
That is a 22.
22. You take 8 points of poison damage. The lion part roars, it slashes its claws at you. That is a nat 1. Your shield swoops in front of you, blocking it. The Chimera roars, and then in place of its third attack, its horns, it unleashes its fire breath, roaring and unleashing a 15-foot cone in this direction, striking Bobbit and Sir Lucian. I need Bobbit to make a dex save, please.
Right before Bobbit gets toasted with a 7, you just hear Bobbit going, Bobbit's fire was better. Oh, God!
So Sir Lucian and Bobbit both fail their saves as the Chimera bathes them with its fire breath, and they take 31 points of fire damage. Chimera 3 moves as close as it can towards the ship. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It makes a bite attack with its snake head against Sir Lucian. That is a 14, so Lucian holds out his shield and deftly blocks the attack. It roars and swings with its lion claws. That is a 19, so Lucian deftly blocks the second attack. It roars, and in place of its third attack, it unleashes a fire breath, striking Bulb and Bobbit in the cone. I need Bulb and Bobbit to please make dex saves.
I was slowly moving up the dice. That was an 8 this time.
An 8. And how did Bulb go?
That is a 16.
16. Okay, so Bulb, you passed. So Bulb, you take 16 points of fire damage, and Bobbit, you take 33. Chimera 1 emerges from the jungle canopy and starts flying up towards the ship, gets about 30 feet off the ground, but is still 10 feet below the ship itself. It is now Bobbit's turn.
Well, these things are slightly rude, so I'm going to go see if Keeper can try and... I'll just wail on it for a bit. But since I haven't cast this spell before, Bobbit's going to reach into her pocket, pull out a random bone that she has. He watches it, crushes it to dust, and instead of it just, turning to powder, the bone starts just growing all around her into sort of like a makeshift shield, suit of armor as I cast bone armor.
Ooh, nice. Shards of bone begin to whirl around you like a tornado, and then everyone hears a series of clicks and clacks as they lock into place around you, looking like a set of giant rib bones encasing you within them.
So, just to read out what it does, you encase the armor of a willing creature you can see within range of solid bone. Will not impervious to degradation. This bone armor will grant the target a +3 bonus to its AC for the duration. Additionally, every time a creature within 5 feet lands a successful attack against the target, the attacker takes 3d6 piercing damage as bone shrapnel chips off and strikes the assailant. So you watch as this thing starts surrounding her, and right before the helmet coalesces over her head, you just look at the Chimera and going, Bobbit's gonna dine on Chimera soup tonight.
Meanwhile, Keeper roars and swings a fleshy fist at the Chimera, missing his first attack, but striking it with the second one for 19 points of damage.
Nice then. I also like to get within melee range of the Chimera 3 as well.
Very well. You are now in melee range, stepping up towards it. It is now Bulb's turn.
Okay, I'm going to drop control wind. And I'm just going to cast Moonbeam at the Chimera 1.
Moonbeam at the Chimera 1. Okay, go. It's going to roll its save.
Yeah, Constitution.
That is a 19. Chimeras are good at Constitution. Still going to take half.
Of course. So 2d10. Good thing I actually have 2d10 out here at the moment. That's a lot better than what I was rolling last time I used this. That's 14, so 7 damage.
7 damage, not bad. You see it dodge just in time and only get grazed by the side of your moonbeam as it continues flying up towards the airship. Bang! The ballista fires at Chimera 1. And it's a nat 1. Clearly, Captain Thessalandra needs a better trained crew. It is Sir Lucian's turn, raises his sword, and charges towards Chimera 3. That is 2 nat 20s and a hit.
Jesus Christ.
Really?
Yep, and in fact, I'm going to screenshot that and put it in the chat because it astounded me. This is typical Sir Lucian fuckery right here.
Yep. He either gets absolutely nothing or shows up and absolutely destroys everything like a goddamn champ when he's not, stealing the kill at the end of the fight like the champ is.
Yes, lovely.
So here you go, gaze your eyes upon this.
Well, that's
my God.
Wow.
Okay, so that will be 5d8 plus 6, 12, 18.
I don't care where you're from, that's gotta hurt.
Plus 30. He deals 46 points of damage to Chimera 3, swinging his sword, striking it at a critical point, and then he adds a precision attack along with that. Deals an extra 3 points of damage to it, severely wounding it, but not managing to kill it. It is now Zinhorn's turn again.
Zinhorn is going to, now that he is in melee range, going to level 2 Flame Blade.
Ooh, nice. Go ahead, roll to hit the Chimera.
That is 18.
18, that is a hit. Roll your damage.
3d6. My d6s aren't great. That is 7 points of fire damage.
Not bad. You singe some of its fur.
And then coming from the other side, the vine is going to come in for
And another attack. Let's get this big lion snake contraption thingy, shouts your vine as it rolls its attack.
That is a 14.
That is a 14. That is a hit. Roll the damage.
1d8. 5 points of damage.
5 points of damage. Nice. It is the enemy's turn. Chimera 2 is going to roll to see if it recharges its fire breath. And it does.
Of course.
So first, it makes a bite attack against Zinhorn. That is a 23.
Oh, that hits, Joe.
Zinhorn, you take 15 points of piercing damage. Please make a con save.
That is a 13.
13. You take 6 points of poison damage as well. It then swings at you with its lion claws, and that is a nat 1. Your shield easily deflects it. And then it is going to unleash its fire breath towards Bobbit, Sir Lucian. Yeah, towards Bobbit and Sir Lucian. I need Bobbit to please make a dex save as Chimera 2 bathes you in its flame breath.
Okay, let's see if I can actually dodge one of these. 16.
16. And so Lucian failed. He's going to use his Indomitable, and he now passes with a 16. Okay, so Sir Lucian and Bobbit each take 17 points of fire damage. Then, Chimera 3 is going to roll to see if he gets his fire breath back. He does not. So he makes his first bite attack on Bobbit. That is a 17.
Well, since my AC is now at 22, good luck with that.
Yep. He lashes out with his lion claws at Sir Lucian, rolling a 19, so Lucian blocks, and then roaring charges with its horns at Bobbit, rolling a 21.
Bobbit basically just catches the things by the horns, like, hi, no.
The Chimera by the horns.
Grab the Chimera by the horns. Chimera 1 flies up 10 feet, now flying parallel with the ship, and then it flies 20 feet towards the ship. 5, 10, 15, 20. Not quite in range to attack Zinhorn, but it does open its mouth and bathe Zinhorn in fire. Please make a dex save, Zinhorn.
That is a 25.
25. You take 18 points of fire damage.
I'm going to use a first level absorb elements.
Very well. Roll to see how much... Oh, you absorb half of that, so you take 9 points of fire damage. It is now Bulb's turn. Sorry, Bobbit's turn. I skipped.
Oh,
yeah.
Right.
Please don't skip me, I'm doing good. Okay, well, since I'm in melee range, I might as well see if I can bonk a Chimera on the head.
Yep.
Just seeing they're trying to pick between which head to swing. I'll just swing and see what I get. I'm going to guess that a 26 is going to hit.
That's definitely a hit.
And I will expend 3 charges of my Staff of Striking just to add to it.
See how much damage this is going to deal.
So that's going to be 10 points of bludgeoning and then 7 points of force damage as I just smack this thing over the head.
You step forwards, raise your staff, and bonk, strike it on the lion head. Instantly it falls limp and like a sack of flour topples over the side of the ship.
Wait, wasn't it still on the ship?
It was like standing on the side of the ship.
Dang. But, oh well, as it's going, just at Bobbit going, the only weird snake lion thing that's allowed on this ship is Bobbit. Bye!
Yeah, because I guess you are half cat and half snake, so it is Keeper's turn. He roars.
I just realized I probably could have, if I hadn't have fixed this goat stuff, I probably could have been part goat as well.
Yes. Ugh, groans Keeper as he shuffles towards the nearest target. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Reaching Chimera 2, he flails with his fists. And that is a nat 20 and a hit. He deals 36 points of damage to Chimera 2, severely wounding it. But it is still up. It is Bulb's turn.
I am going to use my action to move the Moonbeam over Chimera 1 again.
Yep, it's going to make a con save. That is a nat 1.
Okay, so that's full damage from... That is an 8 and a 7. What's that? That's 15 damage.
15 damage, nice.
And then I'm just going to move up the stairs, just so I'm a little bit further away.
Yep, move up the stairs, up onto the helm of the ship. It is Sir Lucian's turn. Raises his hand axe and hurls it at Chimera 1. That is 3 hits. He deals 27 points of damage to it. And he's going to add another precision attack. Let me see how many dice he has left. 3 after this. He deals 37 points of damage. Chimera 1 roars as it falls down again, dead. It is Zinhorn's turn.
Well, Zinhorn is going to just look at this thing, look at Lucian and says, not this time. I'm going to go with the Flame Blade again.
Yep, go ahead, roll, hit it.
That is a 17.
That is a hit, roll the damage.
So it's 3d6 for that, plus an extra d6 thanks to the absorb elements.
Indeed.
Well, that's better. 5 and 5 and 10 and 4 is 14 and 2 is 16.
16. You strike the Chimera with the flame blade. It roars, recoiling from the fire, and you lop off its lion head. The rest of its body topples over the side of the ship, and it is dead.
Can Zinhorn try and grab it?
You can please make a sleight of hand check.
Did any of the Chimeras stay on the ship, or did they all fall off?
They all fell off, so they didn't get on the ship proper. But Zinhorn's trying to grab this one.
An unnatural 20.
You lean over the edge of the ship, lash out with your vine, wrap your vine around the Chimera's snake head, hoist it back up over the side onto the deck of the ship.
Din din.
Combat is over. Well done.
Well then.
Which head did we end up getting?
So, you got the snake head, you got the goat head, you did not get the lion head. Zinhorn lopped that off.
Also, it didn't fell overboard.
Yeah.
Probably called dibs on the dragon head.
You're gonna slice off the snake head?
Wait, was it snake or dragon?
The snake head.
Ah, okay.
Has a snake head, a lion head, and a goat head.
Well, imagine the snake's probably going to be easier for me to eat since, I can not die from poisoning.
You walk up and you rip the snake head off, and then right there, as the crew and the rest of the party watch, you start devouring it raw, engaging your lycanthrope taste buds.
Just sitting there going, just because, my Bubba doesn't have to eat doesn't mean she doesn't want to, then just so stops and goes, "Did you guys want some?"
In fairness, Zinhorn did toast it a little bit with Flame Blade.
Yeah, it is cooked a little bit, yes. After the commotion dies down, the crew return to their tasks, thoroughly grossed out by Bobbit just devouring as much of the Chimera as she can right there on the deck. Eventually you retire to bed and awaken the next morning to continue the journey. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who would like to roll at the end of the 6th day? I believe it's Zinhorn's turn, I think.
Yeah. That is an 11.
An 11. There is no encounter on this day. However, around midday, as you hover over a series of peaks jutting out from under the clouds, Zinhorn, you spy a lone air elemental hovering above the clouds, injured and having difficulty maintaining height.
While Zinhorn is dealing with this, I will be right back.
What would you like to do, Zinhorn?
Zinhorn is going to actually transform into air elemental.
Yep.
Make his way over and talk to this thing in whatever the air elemental talk is.
You speak to the air elemental in Primordial. The ship hovers beside you. You keep pace with it as you keep pace with both it and the air elemental, flying between the two of them. And the air elemental reveals to you that it was pulled through a portal from the plane of air and injured itself, emerging in a storm above the jungle somewhere to the east.
A portal? Was it... Was it of random appearance, or was it already there?
The air elemental describes that it was simply going about its business in the elemental plane of air when magic surged around it and it was pulled from its plane to this one, emerging in some sort of magical storm of necrotic energy. It barely escaped with its life and now wanders the air here, trying to look for a way back to its home.
Zinhorn is going to offer, if it needs to rest, it can come and take a rest on board the ship, and we will look out, make sure it's safe.
The air elemental is uncertain at first, and the sight of the ship seems to scare it, but you manage to coax it into coming aboard. And once it sees that the crew mean it no harm, it settles down, looks up and sees the sails bellowing in the wind, and then it immediately rises above the deck and takes root within the sails, using its wind to help push the airship faster and further as it recovers over the next couple of days.
Zinhorn made a friend.
Yay!
And so, with the air elemental assisting you, you'll be able to travel an extra 2 hexes on this next day.
Oh, wow, nice.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's just enough to get you to your destination.
Woo, power of friendship.
At the end of the 7th day, as the sun... At the end of the 7th day, as the sun begins to set, Zinhorn, you see the air elemental descend from the sails, no longer injured, having recovered from its day of rest. In Primordial, speaking the language of the wind, it thanks you for assisting it. And then it sails off the side of the ship and disappears into the clouds, and as you watch it depart, you silently hope that it finds a way back home.
Before it completely disappears, Zinhorn, in elemental talk, says if it's ever up north and needs to rest, there is a sanctuary where you'll find me.
As the air elemental is swallowed up by the clouds, a gust of wind bursts forth, buffeting the ship. The crew gasp as the ship is rocked, but Zinhorn, you recognize it for what it is. It is a sign of affirmation from the air elemental. It is thanking you for assisting it. And if it is ever up north and needs a friend, it will seek you out.
You know, between Bulbs collecting awakened animals and plants and Zinhorn collecting elementals, those giants don't stand a fucking chance.
See, it's almost like I was banking on you guys being good at what you do, so that's so bad. Also,
no, it was Bobbit not thinking about anyone but Bobbit.
Hey, did we have to fight a giant and get the shit kicked out of us anymore? No, shush.
Just short of Bakumora, Captain Thessalandra barks the order for the ship to be anchored. You retire below deck for the night, ready to depart in the morning. The night is strange. Your sleep is disturbed by strange dreams. Dreams of greyness and shadows, of some terrible force bearing down upon you. And throughout the night you were each awakened several times, drenched in sweat, wondering why you are suffering these nightmares that you haven't experienced since the Tomb of the Nine Gods. Somehow you managed to fall back asleep, but a full night's sleep is stolen from you as you are awoken just after dawn by the shouts of the crew and Captain Thessalandra. "Storm! Storm! Get to stations! We have to try to stop the ship from going down!" And as you crawl out of your hammocks, the entire ship rattles beneath your feet, nearly throwing you to the ground.
These very reasons are why Boba doesn't sleep anymore, and this is why we don't like coming back to Chult.
You rush up to the deck to join the rest of the crew. Storms infused with the essence of death roil with dark clouds that manifest leering skulls and bone-white lightning surrounding the ship. Terrible black winds buffet the sails and rock the ship back and forth, while lightning bolts of purple necrotic energy strike from the black clouds, narrowly missing the ship and the crew members each time.
Okay, Boba wants everyone to know before we jump to conclusions, no, this isn't her doing.
Anyone who has proficiency in the Arcana skill may make an Arcana check if you like.
Oh, you don't
Yay. 13.
13.
I can do that too.
32.
Wow, I got 19.
Okay, so Bulb and Bobbit both recognize what is happening as a necrotic tempest, a type of eldritch storm, when dark energies from the Shadowfell coalesce in a single location and, mixed with raw, wild magic, cause a magical storm. It appears it struck without warning during the night, and the ship is currently caught up with it.
Makes sense that Zinhorn doesn't know.
That's bad.
Thessalandra calls out an order. "You! Bulb! Bobbit! Zinhorn! Lucian! Get on the rigging! We're going to try to stabilize the ship, and then, once we're free of the storm, we're going to have to let you down into the jungle. We can't proceed any further. We have to turn around and go back the way we came, or we're going to be struck down."
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Can't argue with that.
So, you have two choices. You can scramble to help the crew. This will require an strength athletics check or a dex acrobatics check to help manipulate the ship's sails. Or you can make a wisdom perception check to try to keep an eye on the storm itself and direct the crew through gaps in the lightning.
I'm going to have to go with perception.
Let's go athletics.
Zinhorn is going to summon an air elemental.
Yep.
And then become an air elemental as well to try and sort of help balance the draft sort of thing. So to
That's a good idea.
help stabilize.
So Zinhorn, I will count yours as an automatic success as you summon an air elemental, quickly merge with it, and generate wind to try to balance the ship, keep it level so that the crew can more effectively rotate the sails and try to pilot the ship out of here. Bulb, please make your perception check.
Oh, 23.
23.
The D20 on this dice, the D20 from this set actually likes me.
You spot a minuscule gap between the dark clouds, between the crackling purple lightning. You point it out, and the rest of the crew try to manipulate the sails so that they can pilot the ship through this gap. Bobbit, please make an athletics check, and Sir Lucian will do the same.
It's only a 12.
Okay, let's see. It's all on Sir Lucian then. Sir Lucian gets a 24. Bobbit and Sir Lucian grab hold of the rigging, start pulling the ropes as hard as they can, while Sir Lucian runs away, rushes to the capstan and begins lifting the anchor so that the ship can be rooted, and lowers the anchor so that the ship can be rooted just for a second, giving the crew enough time to revolve the sails. When the sails are facing directly to the east, Sir Lucian groans, pushing his weight against the capstan, raising the anchor, and the ship barrels ahead, just narrowly making it through the gap. "Brace!" shouts Thessalandra as the purple lightning crackles around the ship. I'd like everyone to make a Constitution save, please.
21.
Uh, 19.
Clearly, Bobbit and Ellison are very distracted by this magical anomaly, because that's another 12.
12. The ship surges through the opening the bulb pointed out, but some of the purple lightning crackles over the sides of the ship, striking anyone who is not braced, hugging the deck. Those of you who got higher than 15 on your con save take 10 points of necrotic damage. Those of you who didn't take 20.
It's just not my day.
Once through the gap, the ship has room to breathe. The black clouds are still roiling around. The purple lightning still crackles, but here there is more room to maneuver. "Lower the ladder!" shouts Thessalandra. The crew rush ahead, tipping the rope ladder over the side of the ship. Thessalandra still half hugging the deck, her hands gripped around the bottom of the helm, looks towards the ladder and shouts, "You have to go! Now! We'll try to come back when we can, but we have to get free of this storm!" What do you do?
Zinhorn is going to stay with the ship and as the elemental and just try and guide it as far away as he can before joining the others.
Okay. Keep in mind, by doing this, you will put yourself in risk of the storm. You'll have to make another check.
Yeah, that's fine.
What do the rest of you do? Do you take Thessalandra's orders and scramble down the ladder?
Yeah, I'm going to take the ladder down.
Yep. Bobbit?
Sorry, I had to step away for half a second. What did I miss?
So, are you going to take Captain Thessalandra's orders and scramble down the ladder into the jungle, or are you going to be like Zinhorn and try to stay with the ship to stabilize it so it can get out of the storm? And also, you took 20 points of necrotic damage.
No, that part
Okay,
I
yes.
definitely got. Okay. I mean, I'm not sure what exactly I can do to help the ship.
Yep.
Yeah, Zinhorn's in their elemental form, so...
So
Yeah,
Bobbit,
he's probably better than
Bulb, and Sir Lucian scramble to the ladder and clamber down, disappearing beneath the jungle canopy, while Zinhorn remains on the ship, using his form as a huge air elemental to provide extra wind to the sails, watching over the crew as they desperately try to maneuver the ship through the storm and using his power to keep it level. "We're nearly there," shouts Captain Thessalandra. "We just have to get through these clouds, and Zinhorn, hold us steady!" she calls as the ship bursts through the black clouds. The purple lightning crackles. Zinhorn, please make another con save.
Another con save. That is a 17 plus 5 is 22.
22, very well. Zinhorn, you take 10 points of necrotic damage as some of the purple lightning strikes you, but despite this, you maintain your form as a huge air elemental and do your best to hold the ship in place, hold it steady until the ship bursts through the black clouds and once again enters the clear blue skies. Captain Thessalandra sighs with relief, and the crew stop in their tracks, sink to the ground in exhaustion. Thessalandra turns to you and she says, "Oh, we are free, and you saved us, Zinhorn. We thank you. We're going to travel a few days back to the west, somewhere in the vicinity of Omu. We're going to dock and repair any damage to the ship. But then we will return for you, and thanks to your efforts, we will be able to return, as the ship only took minimal damage." She says, "But..." Yes, Zinhorn?
Keep going.
She says, "But your companions will certainly need your help, as much as I'd like for you to remain with the ship to ensure we get all the way back to safety. This is your homeland, Zinhorn, and we will keep you no longer." She gestures towards the rope ladder. "Make your way back down, and rest assured, we will return for you."
Zinhorn, in air elemental form, just sort of like does a bow and just sort of rushes back to join the others.
You depart, ignoring the ladder, catching a gust of wind and riding it below the canopy of the jungle, and joining the others in Bakumora. The jungle is thick, and Bakumora is only hours away from where you are, according to the map. And so, you brace yourselves, square your shoulders, and travel into the dense jungle, determined to reach your destination, determined to find Artus, wherever he is, and Ava, and assist them in their task. You may have a short rest. It will become apparent very shortly why you can't have a long rest.
In that case, I'm going to spend many d8s. 2 plus 3, so that's 5.
So Lucian will spend 5 d8s to return to full health. How's everyone looking on health?
I had to use 5 as well, but I'm up to full health.
Lovely. Zinhorn and Bobbit?
I had to use about 10, but I'm just barely back at full.
Zinhorn is used about half of his and is back to full.
Yep. So you press on through the jungle for the next 4 hours. Above the jungle canopy, the sun rises high in the sky, signaling the arrival of noon. And yet, Despite it being high noon, despite you being deep in the jungles of Cholt, you do not feel the normal humidity, the discomfort, the boiling ambient hot air that usually looms beneath the canopy of the jungle. This part of the jungle, for whatever reason, is oddly cold, and a shiver runs down your spine several times as you make your way onward. Eventually, your path leads to a jungle thicket surrounded by thick grey and white mists. An eerie silence falls upon the area, the usual constant sounds of the wild seemingly muted into distant whispers. No breeze can be felt from any direction, and yet the mists move about the trees in a semi-hypnotic pattern with wispy tendrils that appear to reach out and beckon towards you. Is there anything you would like to do, or do you press on?
Zinhorn wants to take a moment, to sort of meditate and just sort of see if he has any sort of memory or remembrance of this area.
Zinhorn, please make an intelligence check.
It was just fun, somebody else using their memories to see if they remember stuff from home.
That is 16.
You vaguely remember this portion of the jungle. Indeed, several of the plants are familiar to you. The species of shrubs and flowers, the types of trees. You recognize that you are in the northernmost part of Bakumora, but you have no memory of these strange mists, nor this unnatural silence that permeates throughout the area.
Right.
Do you press on?
Will I be able to ritual cast Detect Magic just to see if I can pinpoint more of what's going on with this place?
Yes, indeed you can.
Okay,
Stop
well,
for 10 minutes and sit and watch as the strange mists start to coalesce around you. As Bobbit casts the spell, begins to draw the circle on the ground and recite the incantation. You turn around to look back the way you came, and Zinhorn and Bulb, you are shocked to discover that the path you followed this deep into the jungle appears to be gone. Instead, all you can see behind you is a thick wall of mist. The trees simply disappear into this mist, and not even vague shapes can be made out beyond it.
Oh, that's not good.
Bobbit, you cast your spell, Detect Magic. Immediately, the air around you lights up a sickly pitch black colour, like tar, tendrils of it eking their way through the air like little sticky tentacles of ooze. This appears to be the mist itself.
Okay, well, just be staring, looking around, going, well, probably didn't need Detect Magic to know that, but probably could be checked anyway. This whole place is just, well, for lack of a better word, wrong. This entire place.
Indeed. You may make an Arcana check if you like. The DC for this will be 30, as this is very unusual magic.
You're just saying that because you know I could possibly make that.
Well, no, it'd be 30 for anyone who tried.
No, I only mustered up a 25, so no, I got no idea.
Yeah. You don't recognize this as being indicative of any magic you've seen. Indeed, it may not even be magic at all, as you know it. It may be something else, something sinister. The way the tendrils of mist move, the way the black, inky tentacles mix in with the mist, the way they coalesce around you, draw closer, draw nearer to you, and then move away almost as if they're feeling you out, give you the impression, almost, that they are alive.
Yeah, we should probably keep moving.
I'd like you to make a wisdom save, please, Bobbit.
Oh, no. Okay, so please work with me. Oh, dear God, that's only a 12. Why? Why do you do this to me?
Suddenly, as you peer at one of the tentacles, it stops, hangs in midair, and then, as if noticing you, it slowly approaches. It begins to wrap itself around your neck, and as it does so, you hear in your ears a dissonant whispering. Words that you cannot make out, yet incessant, unceasing. Would like you to roll a d10, please.
One.
1. Very well. And I would like you to roll a d100, please.
Okay, I'm not comfortable with any of this. Yeah. 12.
12. The tendril wraps itself around your neck and its tip rises to your right ear. The whispering continues. Then you feel your entire brain jolt as if something is trying to worm its way inside. Instinctually, you recoil away. The tendril unwraps itself from you, lashes back into the mist. The whispering stops. However, you came too far, and you have been inflicted with a long-term madness.
Oh yeah, because that's just what Bobbit needs to function, more madness.
You will experience
Okay.
vivid hallucinations at random point and have disadvantage on ability checks when this happens. And this will last for 10 days.
Yes. Well, this is fun. Bobbit's just going to stare blankly into the void now for a bit. Bye, guys.
You press onwards. The rest of you notice Bobbit hanging back, walking slower than the rest of you. Her green face pale, a sickly pale, as if she is terrified. Do any of you comment on this?
Can I do a medicine check
You can.
to see if I know what has happened to her?
You can. Please
Okay,
make a
medicine.
medicine check.
God damn it, that's the first time this rolled really low. That's a 12.
You stop for a moment, sit Bobbit down against a tree, and as she looks from left to right, her bottom lip trembling, occasionally murmuring an indecipherable word under her breath, you place your hand on her forehead. She's not running a fever, but her skin is cold, clammy. There does not appear to be any biological reason for Bobbit to be this way. You determine that Bobbit is inflicted with some sort of magical illness, and you're not sure how to cure it. At least not at this time. Not with your 12 that you rolled.
Yeah, can I attempt a greater restoration on her?
You can.
I hope this helps. course. I cast Greater Restoration using my last 5th level spell slot.
Place your hand on Bobbitt's forehead and cast Greater Restoration. As you feel the energy leave your hand and see it flow through Bobbitt's body, you see colour return to her face, the sickly pale green turning into a more deep, snake-like green. Bobbitt, you hear the whispers, and then suddenly they cease as you feel Bulb's energy rush through you. The madness has been cured. However, Bulb, as you see the colour return to Bobbit, you see the tree that she leans up against begin to wilt. Its bark drops off its trunk in flakes, and its leaves lose their colour, turning gradually from green to pale to grey until they crumble into dust. Around where Bobbit sits, tufts of grass, flowers, and shrubbery turn yellow, wilt, and die.
And I do.
Also, this place is really messed up.
Can
Bobbit,
I do
your
like a
madness
nature?
your madness is cured, but as the Greater Restoration does its work, you are left feeling incredibly nauseous deep in your gut, as if you're about to throw up, as if somebody has lifted you up and shaken you through the treetops and dropped you. It provides no mechanical disadvantage, but I just thought I'd mention it.
Yeah.
So Bob's
Can I
not
do
feeling
it?
well.
Can I do a nature check to determine what's happening to the plants and trees and stuff?
And go ahead, make a nature check.
That is a 13.
You kneel down, press your fingers at some of the withered shrubs, and pick up one of the ashy leaves that fell from the tree, grind it up in your fingers. You determine that you casting a spell seems to have caused these plants to wither. There is nothing else wrong with them. All of the plants you see around you appear to be healthy, not in perfect health. There is something about them. It's almost as if somebody has taken this entire area and decreased the colour by 20%. They are slightly less vibrant than they should be, slightly sicklier looking, but aside from that, appear to be in good health. Perhaps they have perhaps they don't get enough fresh air. You look up and you cannot see the jungle canopy due to the mists, the tendrils of white fog that settle at the tops of the trees, and any glimpses of the sky above that you catch are grey, sickly. The air in this area is stale, as if you're inside of a room that has been sealed for centuries, and carried on this stale air, just at the very border of your sense of smell, there is an ever-present aroma that you identify as the stench of decay. Never present enough to be overwhelming, but always just there. Just enough so that you can detect it without detecting its source. That is what you learn, Bulb.
Okay.
So, yeah, something's really wrong with this place.
Yeah, I relay all of that.
So Lucian just looks around and he says, to tell the truth, I haven't felt quite this under the weather since the death curse. He clutches a hand to his stomach. His stony skin, pale grey.
We really need to be making sure we don't go anywhere near those weird whips. I don't know what it was going to do to me, but it's bad. It's really bad. If you hear whispering, Bobbit hopes you're better at this sort of thing than she is.
Do you press on further into Bakumora, or do you perhaps turn around and try to head back the way you came?
The way he rolls in on just sees is forward because he sent Ava here.
Yes.
Yeah, the way is shut.
Take one last look over your shoulder and see the way you came now fully engulfed in the strange thick mists. You don't fancy having to walk through them, and so you decide to press onwards. I'm going to change the map to the map of Bakumora.
Sorry, my internet's playing up. I'm missing half of this stuff.
That's
I
okay,
believe
just pressing
we're,
onwards.
Okay.
He asked if we wanted to go back, but let's be realistic, the way back is shut. So we're now getting to see Bakumora.
Yep, fair enough.
You have stepped into the domain of dread, Bakumora. Although your characters do not know, you have left the material plane. The moment you stepped through the mist, the dark powers carried you away into a isolated pocket of the Shadowfell, where they hold complete dominion over anyone trapped within. This is what has become of Bakumora. Something terrible has happened here, and the entire region has been lifted away into the Shadowfell, made into a domain of dread. Zinhorn, I would like you to make a nature or survival check, please.
Alright, so it's going to be a survival. There's a 13 plus 23.
23. As you press on through the jungles, eventually the trees begin to thin out and the thick jungle gives way to wetland. Wetland that is instantly familiar to you. Bakumora, of course, is primarily swampland. And so, as you step out of the trees into a clearing, overlooking a pool of brackish swamp water that smells of death, you recognize where you are. You close your eyes, rack your brain, and although it's been 200 years since you were last here, you quickly recall the landmarks that you were taught as a child, the ways to navigate around Bakumora, to survive in the swamp and find your way back home if ever you were lost. And you remember that about a day's walk from this point, there are two villages, two wood elf enclaves. The first is Kaibo Village. The second is a Kaibo Village, one that you remember sitting on the shores of a great lake. The people there lived mostly off fishing for crayfish and yabbies in the swamp water. You try to remember which of these two villages was your home, but you cannot. You remember your people living off the land, growing things, growing rice in the low-lying swamp waters and occasionally subsisting off crayfish and water insects from the deeper water. But aside from that, you do not remember which of these two villages is your home. The names of both swim in your mind. Kaibo, Akibo, both names incredibly similar, mixing up with each other as you try to determine which one is most familiar. You'll have to choose.
No offense, Zinhorn, but Bubba thought that Mezro was messed up. This place is still really wrong.
Yeah, that I can confirm. Very messed up. Zinhorn tells the others that he's not exactly sure where to go. Does anyone have a favorite name?
I mean, you're the tour guide.
It's been almost 200 years, so...
There we go. Well, Bubba isn't even sure if we've even been here before, so you'd probably know close to us.
So Lucian just shrugs and says, if you can't remember which one, just pick the closest one. I want to be out of this swamp and next to a nice warm fire by nightfall.
Well, Kibo's near the water. Zinhorn likes the water. Maybe that will help?
Yep, Kaibo is on the edge of a vast lake. Kaibo is on the edge of a river, so both have access to water, but you remember Kaibo Village being the one on the edge of a lake. And you do indeed have a fondness for water, so perhaps that is your childhood home. Very well. The party's destination...
I'm going to decide by my love of water. They're both on the water.
One has more water, one has little water.
Bubba doesn't know where we are, and is still reeling from the fact that the weird, spooky mist tried to friggin' poke itself into her brain. There's only so much madness we can take in one day, thanks.
Well, that's not unusual for you.
Yeah, but, we'd like to limit the amount of times that, we push the realms of insanity.
Well, Kaibo Village it is, says Sir Lucian. Let us get there as soon as possible so I can dry off this armor and get warm. So, it will take about a day's travel to get to Kaibo Village. However, as you make your way through Bakumora, the ever-present stench of decay, coupled with the feeling that the mists are almost alive, as if they're watching you, sets you all on edge. And so you will roll for random encounters several times a day. You make your first leg of the journey, emerging from the very last patches of jungle out into the swamp proper, and quickly finding yourselves trudging through knee-high, brackish brown water that more has the consistency of sludge. Around you, the plants are simultaneously overgrown, yet dying. The trees and vines twist amongst each other, weaving through each other's branches, interlocking almost as if they were one large entity, while around your feet tufts of swamp grass and shrubs lie wilted, yellow, floating at the top of the water. Who would like to roll for the first encounter check?
Robert, you're good with things that are spooky.
Either am I really? Love the vote of confidence. Well, I've never been happy to see a nat 1. Unless, of course, you decide to flip the rules on us, but please don't.
Nat 1. Lovely. trudge onwards for the next 2 hours, and you were not disturbed by anything that jumps out of the mist at you, but you cannot shake the feeling that something is terribly wrong. As you emerge out into the swamp area, I'd like everyone to make a perception check, please.
Hey, weird questions. Since I had detect magic after we left this ship, would I have noticed anything about, like, going through the mist as far as, like, obviously we didn't know that we'd gone to a different plane of existence, but would I have noticed anything with detect magic, or is everything too muddled up to notice?
Too muddled up. All you can tell at the moment is that something strange exists within the mist.
Fair enough. You said wisdom perception, yeah?
Yeah, perception.
I got 24.
Passive of 20 is higher.
I got 11.
Yep. Okay, so that's a group pass. As you begin to make your way through the swampland, after about an hour of travel, you come by a disturbing sight. A gnarled corpse perched partway up a huge dead tree covered in rotted clothes, with a half-torn backpack dangling from a bony arm. The tree forms the centerpiece of an isolated island that's just large enough to gather around the base of the tree. Thick undergrowth obscures the slippery roots of the trunk, and an abandoned bird nest.
Do we know that Zinhorn sent Ava here?
Did he? Yeah, well, he did, because Messica mentioned it.
That's right. So, yeah. You seriously sent Ava here? None of this seems like a good idea to go by yourself.
Well, I didn't exactly know what was here.
That's entirely fair.
Does anyone want to go check the creepy gnarled corpse?
That's the question. Does anyone want to?
You're normally the corpse person.
Yeah, but Bob doesn't even know what magic's going to do in this place, but fine, we'll go and sort of try and get a closer investigation on it.
Yep. So you wade through the sludge, and as you approach the small island with the gnarled tree, the sludge gets deeper and deeper until eventually it passes your waist and comes up halfway up your chest. Please make an investigate check.
That is a 17.
A 17. Very well. Very well. Standing where you are in the water without daring to climb out onto the tiny island, you peer at the overgrown foliage that gathers around the roots of the dead tree. You see a flicker of movement. You turn your head towards it and narrow your eyes, and there you see several huge vines, their thickness at least the same as your arm, covered in pointy purple barbs, snaking through the undergrowth as if searching for prey.
Okay, maybe we go back now. Not
You
good.
do manage to see them, despite the fact that they would normally be camouflaged. You get the feeling that whoever steps on the island would instantly be attacked by them. But knowing they are there, you might be able to sneak past them or find some other way across if you really want to check out this corpse hanging from the tree.
I wanted to make sure it wasn't Ava, but I don't know how I'm going to go with immediately getting... I want to burn a spell slot. I can always just fast step and teleport through all this.
You can. Would you like to do that?
Well, you do have Misty Step.
Yeah, but that's only a one-way thing.
Yeah, how are you going to get back?
Well,
Well, you can cast
Well, no,
that with a
technically,
spell
no.
slot, though.
That is true. That is true.
So you
Actually,
can-
I might do that. Yeah, I'll Misty Step over to the corpse, and then I'll just have to burn a spell slot to go back.
You look at the others, shrug, and then take a step forwards, casting Misty Step, and you hear a rushing sound as the mist coalesces around you, engulfing you. It is almost as if the mist itself carries you across the vines, and you find yourself stepping out of the mist, a shiver running down your spine. You turn around and look back at the others, and you see the spot where you stood previously. Tufts of swamp grass are turning yellow and grey, and then breaking apart into an ash-like dust from the influence of your spell.
Not a big fan of the fact that magic is causing that, because that's kind of all I have. That's a lot of what I have.
The vines safely behind you, you approach the trunk of the tree and look up at the corpse. Based on its height and its shape, it is clearly not Ava. You breathe a sigh of relief. It appears to be the corpse of an elf, based on the fact that the majority of the flesh and skin has rotted away. It has been here for quite some time.
Oh. So there's nothing else around the corpse that...
There is the backpack hanging from its arm.
Well, actually, I won't use mage. Can I use mage hand to move the backpack?
Hold up your hand, shoot out your mage hand. It grabs hold of the backpack strap and pulls. There is a loud snap as the corpse's entire arm snaps off. The mage hand carries the backpack down to you. You grab it and open it. Inside the rotten pack are mostly rags and a few tarnished coins, along with a vial of faintly glowing potion, the label long since having faded.
That's fun. I might take the potion and we'll look at that a little later when I'm not immediately in danger.
Do you then misty step back to the rest of the party?
There's nothing else in the pack, just the potion.
Make an investigate check.
That is 18.
18. You rummage through the scraps of rotten rags and diminished provisions, and you find at the very bottom of the pack something sparkly. Please roll for me 2d20s and add them together.
That is 36.
36. Very well. Please roll a d6 for me.
Five.
5. The shiny thing ends up being a silver chain wrapped around a parchment scroll. And so you extract the scroll from its binding and unfurl it, and find it to be a scroll of Delayed Blast Fireball.
Oh. Well, oh goody.
Is that the second one that you've got?
No, we got the offer to take one once. I didn't get that.
Okay.
We took the provisional one instead, but this is the first one I've actually gotten.
Yeah.
And I don't have to put back. Oh, cool. It's nice to know that even in the most horrid places on this the realm has to offer, I can still find things that make me happy.
You lower the backpack back to the ground, and then you turn to look at the others. smiling in spite of yourself. You take a step forwards. Once again, the mist seems to rush around you, picking you up and depositing you back with the others. Before your eyes, the great dead tree on the island bends, and with a sickening crack, the trunk snaps, falling down and sinking into the sludgy water.
Okay, we really need to be careful with magic around here. It seems to be messing up whatever happens. Also, I say that and I almost immediately went to prestidigitate the swamp crap that was off the bottom half.
And then you think
To be
you have
fair, that would
second
definitely
thoughts.
suit her.
Yes.
Although, actually, I might
be
test
fair-
to see if cantrips do anything, because Mage Hand didn't seem to cause any effects.
To be fair, while you may be, 30 now?
You still have the mind of a
34,
child.
36.
Yeah, you still only have the mental age of a 16-year-old, was it, sorry?
Yeah, Alisander's like 12, and Bobbit is
Bobbitt's,
literally like 2.
technically, yeah, she's only really been alive as long as this adventure's been going, so yeah. She likes magic, though. She's good at that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you can multiply, but there's a reason why wisdom is the dump stat.
Yeah.
In spite of yourself, Bobbit, curiosity gets a hold of you, and instinctually you cast Prestidigitate to move the swamp stuff off your torso. Your tunic is clean and bright once again, and unlike the other spells you have cast, there appears to be no immediate effect on the plant life around you.
Oh, so cantrips are okay. That's fascinating.
No immediate effect, save from the fact that all the plants already look sickly, devoid of colour, and the mist, ever present, still continues to coalesce around you all. Who would like to
let's
roll
go.
for the second random encounter check?
I mean, technically we're on Zinhorn's home turf, so I think it's his
That-
turn.
That's a 12.
That is a 12. You continue walking through the noon, trudging through the sludgy swamp water. It's strange. You've been here for hours, and still the unnatural silence has not been broken. There is not a gust of wind. You do not see a single insect, let alone any other type of wildlife. And then, as you were making your way through the swamp, as the sun above begins to lower in the sky, causing the sky to turn a darker shade of grey, causing the mists around you to be tinged in a light blue, you hear the sound of rustling water. You hear the sound of rustling leaves, splashing water, something nearby, walking unseen alongside you. What would you like to do?
So we heard water, did you say, sorry?
Splashing water, rustling leaves, the sound of someone or something wading through the swamp, unseen, alongside you.
How close to the towns are we? To the town that we're heading
You're
to?
about halfway there.
Having noticed how magic reacts, I want to cast Pass Without Trace,
You can go ahead
but
and cast it if you like.
I don't want us to get covered in just an impenetrable black mist.
I mean, you're talking to someone who's already merged with it twice, so yeah, who knows what could happen.
You can cast it if you like. So far, the plant life dying doesn't appear to have affected you in any way.
Except it distresses me because it's plant life dying.
Yeah, that is true.
Fuck. I don't know. What do the others want to do?
Yeah, Zinhorn, Bobbit, what would you like to do?
Zinhorn's just very uneasy about everything in here.
Oh, it's not good with perception. I'm going to get advantage on stealth, but I'm not exactly trying to actively look for things that could possibly murder us here.
However, with Sir Lucian, you'll possibly need pass without trace.
Yeah, that kind of goes without saying. If you want to give that a go, I mean, so far the only thing that's happened has been the plant life around us has died, so hopefully it's nothing too more severe than that.
Yeah, I'll tap my staff on the ground and cast Pass Without Trace.
As you tap your staff, it splashes into the water. Instantly around you, at least a 10-foot radius, shrubs and tufts of grass wilt and begin to break apart, floating on the surface of the brackish water as ash. And as you cast Pass Without Trace, the mist itself seems to coalesce around you, almost as if it is hiding you itself.
Can we see out of it?
You can see out of it.
Oh, okay, that's okay then.
As you make your way forward, as the mist draws closer, you all begin to hear in your ears the same dissonant whispers that plagued Bobbit. Yes.
Oh dear.
I'd like you to make stealth checks, please, and you may add +10 to them.
Hooray.
I have to do it with disadvantage because of my armor. Woo.
And so does Sir Lucian.
Where's my second D20? Here it is.
So that is 28.
26.
Oh! 25. Hold on, what's my actual dex stat?
Sir Lucian got a 12, even with Pass Without Trace.
I got 26. I rolled a 15 and a 17. I'm happy with that.
Zinhorn, Bobbit, how did you do?
I got a 28.
26.
Okay, so that is a group pass. You continue trudging through the water, moving as slowly as you can, as the mist seems to gather around you, forming a protective barrier. The whispering gets louder and louder. I
like that.
Yep.
I like that I used Pass Without Trace once in our first sessions, and then never used it again, even though it was a success.
Yeah. I would like you all to make wisdom saves, please, except for Bobbit.
Hooray! Wait, does that mean I'm technically immune after it tried to fuck with me the first time?
Only for one day, only for 24 hours.
Look, I'll take that.
26.
26.
And that is a 28. 17 plus 11.
And that is a pass for Sir Lucian. As you press on, the whispers get louder. Here and there, you manage to catch words that you can actually understand. When we awakened, above, when we awakened, below the Amber Temple. When the Count struck a deal, the dark powers awakened. Come into our domain.
Wait, which one of us was hearing that?
All of you.
Oh, good.
I'm really sorry, but I could barely hear that.
Yeah, same. We might need to get a written version at some point.
You hear in the whispering, from the time we awakened beneath the Amber Temple, from when the Count cut a deal, this has been our domain.
Okay.
And you,
Interesting.
are but puppets under our control.
Well then.
Oh dear.
Eventually, you hear the rustling sounds as the other group that's travelling alongside you gets closer and closer. But, hidden by the mists, you are kept safe. Beside you, you see a line of gnarled, bent-over trees jostle as 3 incredibly tall, thin, cloaked figures shuffle out. They look from left to right, scanning the area with their narrow, pitch-black eyes. You instantly recognize them as 3 Bodaks.
Well, everyone but I do.
Yeah.
Bodaks. Which one were the Bodaks?
They were the things in the tomb that nearly killed you.
You have no idea how little that narrows it down.
In like the first or second episode.
A very tall undead that could stare at you to kill you.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, the one episode of the tomb that I wasn't there.
Yeah.
Right, the one that insta-killed Zinhorn.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Breathing barely an audible sighs of relief that they cannot see you. You press on, leaving them behind. And when you look over your shoulder, you see them shuffling away into the mist, back the way they came. Who would like to roll for the 3rd random encounter?
I guess that's my turn, isn't it?
Yep, go ahead.
Come on. A 15.
A 15. Okay. I'd like you to roll a D100, please.
A D100.
Yep.
This is going to be interesting. 42.
After 2 more hours of travel, you emerge into a small clearing between 2 vast patches of swamp water. Instantly, your nostrils are assaulted with a foul smell. A smell that resembles a mixture of sulfur and feces. I would like you all to make a perception check, please.
$14.
Perception is a 21.
21, and
We all in perception.
Bobbit.
Is this based on sight or?
Yes, this is based on sight and smell as well. So you could do it with advantage.
Thank you. That's a 16.
You step out of the mist and into this strange clearing. Charred branches and burnt swamp grass litter the large circular area. The remains of a small animal lay at the center. It looks almost as if it is the result of a sudden explosion that happened not long ago.
So someone was here recently.
Bulb, Mr. Plantman, would you like to make a nature check?
Yes. God damn it. What is my nature? Is that the 7 or is that the 5? 10.
The most distinguishing feature of this small clearing is the foul stench of sulfur, of something burning. You try to recall what it could be, but the strange nature of this place makes recalling information difficult. Perhaps you are too unnerved, you can't think what this would signify.
Fair enough.
Zinhorn, Bobbit, any ideas?
Not really
No.
big
You
on
just want to
nature.
continue
I
on
mean,
through it?
I could try and roll a nature check.
You can try.
I'm working with a +4 if nothing else. Yeah, no, that's a 12 I got.
Yep.
It's weird. It's all weird.
It smells terrible, and the signs of the evidence that there's been an explosion, the charred branches and burnt grass, the blown up remains of a small woodland animal are obvious clues, but you cannot piece them together. Do you want to just press on through it?
Can I do try an Arcana check to see if there's
Doesn't
anything
appear to
magical
be.
about
You can make an Arcana check.
As I don't believe even in this weird place, woodland critters don't just explode. 26.
Look around. You bend down, examine the scorch marks on the ground, and you cannot seem to find any evidence that the cause was magical. As you press on through this clearing, above you, beyond the canopy of the trees, the sun grows ever lower, the sky grows darker grey, and within seconds it seems as if a blanket of thick shadow has been thrown across the entire area. It immediately becomes incredibly difficult to see, at least if you want to try to navigate through the swamp without sinking into the water. Perhaps we should get a torch going, huh? Says Sir Lucian. He immediately pulls his backpack over his shoulder and begins rifling through it for his lantern.
I hope and feel that maybe light isn't our ally in this place.
What could the harm be? Says Lucian. It's dark.
Again, points to the random crater on the ground going,
Can I cast Druidcraft to create a small flame 30 feet away from us?
You can. You cast Druidcraft, creating a tiny flame 30 feet away. I need you to make dex saves, please.
Oh god!
oh good, yay.
Even at 30 feet away, fuck. Well, that's gonna serve me right. That's only a 10.
Bobbit?
And
15.
Horn?
26.
Oh, so Lucian passed for once.
oh, pardon me.
Just as Bulb extends his hand to cast Druidcraft, you see Sir Lucian's eyes go wide. He grabs his backpack and throws himself to the floor as he shouts, "Swamp gas!" Boom! The flame ignites the gas. You throw yourselves to the ground as plumes of flame roar above you, singeing your backs. Those of you who got higher than 15 take 25 points of fire damage. Those of you who got below 15 take 50 points of fire damage.
So, what if we roll 15 exactly?
Well, then you take 25, you passed.
Okay. Oh, good lord.
64. Okay. Okay, that's yep, fun. And with that, though, sorry, I will be right back. I've got to put the birds away and everything.
Yep.
Just hear Bobbit just, well, actually, no, screw Bobbit. Alistair's going to be lying there going, oh, what could be the harm, What's the harm in this place? Try everything!
You wait until you feel the ambient heat subside and then climb to your feet, each of you covered in various scorch marks, bits of mud, and smoke damage. You look around, seeing flames still burning, cinders still sizzling at the tips of various plants, and then you just shake your head, give a sidelong look to Bulb, and press on.
Is everyone okay?
So Lucian just shrugs and he says, I said I wanted to be by a fire before nightfall. That was not what I intended. And you see him using the edge of his sword to try to scrape a patch of black ash off the front of his chest plate. You travel onwards for another 2 hours until finally, above you, the last rays of sunlight disappear. The grey sky turns inky black, and darkness swallows the land. The only thing visible within it, the mist, which still, even in darkness, continues to glow a ghostly silver colour. Wisps of it hanging in the air. Eventually, several hours later, you see on the horizon several pinpricks of flickering light. The village. Sure enough, you cross over a hill and find yourself staring down at a Kaibo Village, a collection of ramshackle straw and bark huts perched on the edge of a large lake. Is there anything you would like to do before you head down into the village?
I'm just a little bit about that. I apologize. I'm having a lot of trouble with today.
That's okay. You've got COVID.
Yeah. So behind the curtain, I am having a great old time. So what was it that we saw exactly? I know we said we saw the village.
Yeah, you're on top of a hill overlooking the village. A collection of ramshackle bark huts and flickering lights that almost look like flames. Do you want to just openly head down to the village, or would you like to go stealthily, or gonna wait here till morning?
No. We haven't seen any signs that like the moon's moving at all while we're here, do we?
No, you haven't.
We've been at this for a while.
You look up into the sky, it's just pitch black, you can't even see stars.
Don't think waiting till morning's going to work. Well, Zinhorn, does this place remind you of anything?
Zinhorn, the village looks vaguely similar to you. You recognize this collection of ramshackle huts on the edge of a vast lake, but without being within the village, you're not sure whether it's the one you hail from. That said, it is civilization, and it is a place to rest after a long, arduous journey.
Well, our options are stay up here, where we don't know what's going to happen, or go down there, where we're not sure what's going to happen.
But at least if you head down there, you have a choice whether you want to approach openly and make the people in the village aware that you are approaching, or you can cautiously approach, try to make your way through the swamp silently.
We definitely help to get some lay of the land from the locals, if there's any there.
Yes, and if I am from there, then I may know some of these locals.
You could even from here try to make a perception check to see exactly what you can make out of the village before heading down.
It's worth a try.
Please make a perception check, Zinhorn.
Okay, let's try that. Well, that's a 2, which would give me a 12, but my passive is 20.
Passive? Yep.
Yeah.
So you stand on the edge of the hill, you walk up, press yourself up against the trunk of a gnarled tree, and squint, peering down, trying to make out what you can of the village in the darkness. You can see that between here and the village, there is a vast expanse of muddy swamp water, similar to what you've been trudging through, but the village itself is built on a small island that rises out of the swamp water and hugs the edge of the lake. As you peer down, you notice that the flickering lights are not, in fact, the candle lights of the huts in the village. Rather, you see that the collection of huts is encircled by a wooden palisade fence, and assembled at the front of the fence stands a crowd of at least 20 humanoids, some of them holding torches, and there, in the flickering torchlight, you see that at least some of them are armed, their weapons drawn. It appears to be a siege.
As in, someone else is sieging the village.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah, eventually we're going to be able to go to one of our home villages and not have to deal with people attacking it. Like, that's going to be a really cool day, right?
Yep.
Eventually. I mean, Mezro, Nyanzaru, Waterdeep, Bakumora. Like, sooner or later, we have to find a place that's not immediately under attack, that we could have, like, a day or two to look around before everything inevitably falls apart.
Well, we did go to Ava's hometown.
Yes, and that was fine.
Yeah,
it just
and
had
that was
Sabatons.
no, that was under siege by the Sabatons.
You're right.
Yeah. So what would you like
that was
to
right.
do?
Let's leave. Let's leave and go find my parents.
How are your parents? Wait, didn't we already do that? And they were under. Didn't we already go to the place where you were
kobolds,
raised?
yeah.
That was
They were
also
under
under siege.
They were under the thumb of a red dragon.
Well, I was more talking about
Yeah, his
the elderly couple that
biological
raised
parents.
me.
Yeah, yes, those
Yeah.
the eyesores, yes. They seem to be okay.
You know, you got a point with the kobolds. Yeah, you got a point.
Just saying. Just like we're currently at 100% chance of rocking up on. You know what? Screw it. Who wants to go to Solution's house after this? I feel like that would be an exciting time.
Yeah, I'll just teleport us straight to Waterdeep again.
So what would you like to do?
Well, I think our best bet is to cautiously make our way.
Cautiously make your way down, trying not to alert the siegers.
Yeah. Because I'm
Very
only
well.
one road.
Very well. Please
If
make
anyone-
stealth
If
check.
anyone has any other ideas, please feel free to speak
Oh yes,
out.
if you have ideas.
Yeah, I got none because we don't know of the sieges. the siegers are the friendly people that we're looking for?
Yeah, in this
Or
darkness,
is the CGs?
all Zinhorn can make out is that they're humanoid in shape and armed. You don't even know what species they are.
So, do we still have Pass Without a Trace, or...?
No, that expired. It's been several hours, but it can be cast again.
Yeah, I can just... I would like to think that I was just casting it every time it ran out, because it's free for me to cast now.
Yep, alright, so you get plus 10 on your...
I'll cast it again.
So Bulb taps his staff on the ground, and once again the silvery, ghostly mists begin to coalesce around you, hiding you from onlookers. Please make stealth checks.
Just hear Bobbit mutter to herself, going, I can't imagine what's going to happen if we try to resurrect the dead while we're here.
Well, that was good for Sir Lucian. He got a 25.
35.
Well, because of that fucking disadvantage. I really should have taken the disadvantage modifier, not the +1 to dex rolls.
27. Please never want these boots back. I love them.
You slowly creep down the hill and start moving across the brackish water towards the flickering torch lights. In your ears, the whispering. I would like everyone except for Bobbit to please make a wisdom save.
Hooray, the voices are back, and not the good voices that Bobbit usually hears. The other one.
Ah, fuck. 14.
Guess who's going crazy?
Natural 20.
I don't have any 5th level spells left.
Hey, Bulb, I would like you to please roll for me a D100.
Oh, maybe you don't go insane. Who knows?
65. Also, if I ever roll under a 25, I am going to yell at my dice, so just be prepared for that.
The whispers grow louder for you. You hear a phrase you do not like, whispered in your ear loud enough that it almost seems as if the whisperer is sitting on your shoulder. They say, "We like you. We might ask you to stay." You now experience uncontrollable tremors or tics, which impose disadvantage on attack rolls, ability checks, and strength and dex saves.
Basically, I have a 2nd level of exhaustion.
And this will last. Please roll 1d10 for me.
2.
This will last for the next 20 hours.
Wow.
As the whispers subside, your whole body shudders and you find yourself shaking. Unable to control yourself. Your body shakes, you wrap your arms around yourself and you hear yourself murmur. Please roll your stealth check again, Bulb.
Oh god, here we go. That's better. That's a 17.
17.
Because I already rolled that with disadvantage, so it doesn't really matter.
The others, seeing the great Furbolg shivering, his teeth chattering and murmuring, do your best to gather around him, to force the mists to disguise him as you reach the edge of the island that holds a Kaibo Village and make a beeline straight for the trees ahead so that you can hide and appraise the situation. Going to change the map.
I need to get the map up on my phone because as soon as I went to my phone's internet, it stopped loading for me.
I'm going to move where Massacre's not here. I'm just going to move you all to a more appropriate location since you have been stealthing.
I like to think that my guy's just standing there and there's trees growing around him.
and he's shivering
that
over.
meme picture where he's like, I'm the tree that's been here all along. But he doesn't have the charisma to pull that off.
As you arrive at the outskirts of the Kaibo Village, you realize that the village is under siege by a group of purple-scaled lizard folk. There is at least 20 of them, and they are accompanied by 2 incredibly large salamander lizards. Zinhorn, you immediately recognize this species of the lizard. You recall from your childhood that these lizards lived their lives in the village alongside the elves who lived there, serving as pack animals, cattle, and companions. It seems
Is that the salamanders or the lizard folk?
the giant salamanders.
Okay.
It appears their purpose is the same amongst the lizard folk, as standing between the 20 or so lizard folk soldiers, the salamanders are still watching the village ahead, their eyes glimmering yellow in the darkness, ready to attack on the leader's order. The one who must surely be the leader of the lizard folk, clad in dull-coloured, dirty plate armour, steps forwards and shouts in common, "Surrender this land to us, or perish this night!" You watch and wait after he barks his order. Several portions of the village's palisade fence have been broken down. A number of small huts beyond have been visibly burned or torn to the ground. Do you do anything, or do you just wait and watch?
Do we wait to see if we hear a response, or...
You can, yeah, if that's what you want to do. There is silence for a
I
few...
was asking the group, but okay.
Zinhorn, Bulb, do you want to reveal yourselves, or are you going to wait and see what happens?
Is there anywhere near us so we can see the fence broken enough to sort of like for me to make my way over and look, or?
You could try, but you would have to pass by the lizard folk to get to the fence.
Would Zinhorn know what's like any other sorts of like reptilians that would be in this area, like that he could?
Well, make a nature check, please, Zinhorn. You may do it with advantage because this is your homeland.
That is a 17.
So, a few things occur to you as you stare and watch these lizard folk barking for the villagers to surrender themselves. The first is that you do have memory of these lizard folk from your childhood. You remember that occasionally delegations of them would come and visit the village to trade. They would always come in peace. You do not remember them being hostile to your people, so obviously something has gone terribly wrong. Furthermore, you recall that the giant salamanders are the most common type of reptile in this area, but there are also normal-sized salamanders, along with amphibians such as frogs, mud skippers, and other small creatures like that. The trick, of course, is to find one. The entire time you've been here, you've not seen a single living animal.
Is the giant salamanders? Cause I'm just looking at the bestiary chart. Are they something that Zinhorn could transform into? Because it's got level 4 is giant subterranean lizard.
Yes, and that's what they are. That's what the stat block that they're using.
Zinhorn is going to wild shape into a giant subterranean lizard.
Yep.
Wait, so what exactly are you doing with this plan?
So what do you... Yeah. Before you execute the
What is
plan,
the
what are
plan
you
before we
planning
run
to
off and
do?
do things?
Zinhorn is going to just sort of in the lizard form is going to sort of not come out of, like, move away from where the rest of the party is and just sort of try and make his way down from sort of like down more here.
Sorry, please mark that again.
So down well away from
well
where the
away
rest of the
from
party
where all
is.
the lizard folk are and the party, yep.
Just going to sort of make his way out and just sort of see what the lizard folk and that do, because he'll look like Salamander.
Ah, yes. What do the rest of the party think of this?
I mean,
It's better than any ideas I have, so
I have a spell scroll lined up for. I could probably catch most of them. Depends on if any of them move or not, based on what Zinhorn does. But I could get most of them.
Do you want to prep your delayed blast fireball?
Oh no! I had another spell scroll. I had a scroll of blade barrier still from the Tomb of Annihilation.
Yes, you did.
I also have a spell that can stop them as well, if need be.
Alright, well, so what is your overall goal? Do you want to try to parlay with the lizard folk, or do you want to attack them? And if so, what is the trigger for you to attack them?
Zinhorn more wants to try and get information about the town.
Why the lizard
Right.
folk are here?
Yeah.
Okay.
And since he'll be able to speak with the other salamanders, he might be able to maybe get some information, or...
Yes,
Yeah,
that's...
have we heard a response from like inside the village?
There's silence for about 30 seconds, and then you hear a female voice call out, "No! We shall never surrender our home and people to your twisted god! Leave us alone!"
That seems pretty damning.
The lizard folk leader takes a step forward. He raises his sword and he calls out, "Our twisted god! We serve Ubtao, as you once did, until your druid ruined everything and trapped us all in this accursed place."
Seems they don't like druids.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just so looking nervously to Zinhorn going, what did he mean by trapped in this place? Oh dear. Oh no. Also, didn't you say that the leader of your village was a really powerful druid?
Indeed, Zinhorn. Your mind flashes back to what you remember. The leader of your village, and indeed, from what you remember, the leader of all people in Bakumora, was the archdruid Futari. And before your parents and you were dispatched from Bakumora to seek an alliance with Mezro, there was talk among Futari and the other druids of trying to find a way to defend the people of Bakumora from a series of magical storms that continued to plague the land, which you now realize were probably lingering after effects of the spell plague. You remember the conversation where your parents insisted to Futari that there must be a different way to deal with it, something less drastic, but Futari insisted that he was right and that everything would be fine. Ubtao would provide him with the answer.
Good. So in a very grey area then.
What would you like to do?
I'm going to leave it up to the more charismatic people to decide if we're going to try and talk or not. I'm just gonna be ready with a spell that can hit the majority of these people if it turns violent.
Yep.
Same here. I also have something like that. But
Yes, Zinhorn's going to make his way in lizard form.
Very well, Zinhorn will make his way in lizard form. Beside you, Zinhorn transforms into one of the giant salamanders and scurries out of the bush. If you would like to talk to the other salamanders, Zinhorn, you will have to get close, unfortunately. You won't be able to talk to them from far away.
Yeah, do any of the lizard folk notice me sort of making my way over, or...?
They do. You see a couple of them briefly turn their heads to look at you. And they stare for a few moments, but then they shrug, turn around, and continue rallying under their leader. Obviously, the wild salamanders are a common enough sight that they do not seem to think twice about seeing one scurry out from the trees towards them.
Seeing this, Bulb now wants to go hunting. Not to kill, but he wants to awaken one of these giant salamanders. Now that he knows that they're wild.
As you approach the lizard folk and the salamanders, Zinhorn, one of the salamanders raises a head. It looks at you, piercing the night air with a forked tongue, and it says, "You are one of our wild brothers, but you are different somehow."
Yes. There is no need to fear if you have truth in your story.
The salamander. Yep, continue.
What is the purpose of your position?
You notice that as the salamander talks, it does not move from its spot, still standing at the ready in case it's given an order. It pierces the air with its forked tongue again and says, "The masters bring us from the wild, train us to fight, to listen, and when we do well, give us food. So we serve the masters, for they are kind."
By masters, do you mean the lizard folk surrounding you?
The scaled ones, like us, but also like the two legs. He gestures his head towards the village. The two legs do not use their salamanders to fight. They live lazy lives, curled up on the hearth in the huts, or carrying packs, working in the field. We get to fight, we get to hunt, as we are meant to, and when we do well, we are fed, rewarded.
So, are you being told to fight the two-legged ones?
The masters use us to fight and eat the two legs, yes. The masters and the two legs have been fighting since long before I came from the egg. I was raised from the egg to hunt and eat the two legs when I find them. The masters say that the two legs bring evil to this land.
Are there many of our kind with the 2 legs at the moment?
There are some salamanders that remain with the 2 legs, yes, but not many. Our kind was not meant to live docile. I hear that before I came from the egg, times were different, things were peaceful. Our kind did not have the need to hunt and kill. But now that we do, the masters give us an outlet to hunt and eat the 2 legs, the evil 2 legs who changed this land to what it is now.
Want to sort of see if I can make my way, not in like the main section, but if I can sort of like, it's through one of the gaps, just sort of like, just wander around and see if I can make it through there.
As you go to move further towards the fence, some of the lizard folk turn around. They raise their javelins and shout something in Draconic at you, clearly trying to ward you away back into the wild.
Do I hear what they say?
Yes, do I hear what they say as well?
Indeed, you do. You hear the lizard folk shout, "Back! Back, wild thing, lest we skin you! Away! Away! This is not your business!"
So I'm still on the, away from the, not the fence side, I'm still over.
Yeah, you aren't able to get any closer to the fence, at least not without the lizard folk trying to ward you away. You could try to sneak, but there is a lot of lizard folk, and now the giant salamanders know you are there, and they do have orders.
Can I see if I can get closer to the salamanders?
You creep a slight bit closer, bringing you about 15 feet away from the salamanders, but the lizard folk turn and keep a close eye on you as you approach. You get to about 15 feet before they rattle their javelins again, trying to ward you back into the wild. The lizard folk leader raises his sword again, shakes it, and he barks. "We have destroyed Kaibo Village because they did not surrender. Surrender to us, and we can fight against the false god and save us all. If you do not, we will raise everything."
Okay, I really don't know where to stand on this whole deal.
Just sort of get into the village.
The female voice calls out, "Ubtao is the one who put us here." "You speak lies," shouts the lizard folk leader. "We serve Ubtao. What Fatari sought was something else entirely. This is your final chance. Surrender now, or we burn this village to the ground. Kill who we can, and take the rest."
Okay, we're kind of at like last minute here. What are we doing?
Xenon's going to sort of like make his way, sort of look like he's heading towards the trees.
Yep, so you're going to scurry back into the trees, and the
But
lizard...
then sort of like
Yep,
try sort of like coming around this way and sort of like start
Try to
heading
get to-
towards the fence, but over towards the trees, away from the lizard folk.
so you make a show of turning around and scurrying back into the wild. Please make a performance check for me.
Yeah, performance, I don't know what it...
It'd be just charisma, if you don't have the skill. It'd be just charisma.
Yeah, that is a 14.
14. You make a show of scurrying back towards the trees, at least until the lizard folk are satisfied that you're leaving, and turn around. And then you quickly stop, turn back the way you came, and start scurrying towards the palisade wall. The lizard folks do not notice that you've turned around, and you scurry through a gap in the wall into the village proper.
Okay.
Now that you're in the village, you may make a perception check.
Hopefully it's high because we don't really have any way of contacting you to know what's going on now.
Yeah. That is a 22.
You look around, and instantly you are flooded with memories of your hometown. This is it, the Kaibo Village. You recognise these ramshackle huts, their arrangement on the edge of the water, the ones up in the trees serving as tree houses for the scouts and hunters. The statue at the entrance to the village, a statue of Archdruid Fatari, its facial features and other details having long ago faded away with age. The villagers appear to be barricaded within their huts, hiding. The female voice comes from one of the tree houses on the edge of the lake, thaumaturgically magnified. You can just make out a thin, slender woman standing in the light of the doorway.
So I'm going to sort of scurry towards the house.
Yep.
And sort of see if I can get a look inside.
You scurry towards the lake edge, towards the treehouse where the woman speaker stands. Please make an investigate check.
Oh, that is a 19.
You look up. You see the treehouse above you, about 20 feet up in the branches of a great tree. And there, standing on the veranda in front of it, is the woman. There is some sort of flickering candlelight just visible through the open doorway. It is just enough to illuminate her so that you can get a look at her. She has pale, almost ivory-coloured skin, pointed ears, a slender figure, long flowing blonde hair. She is definitely an elf of some kind, and she wears the long flowing green robes that mark her as an archdruid.
Does she notice me coming?
She does not. Her attention appears to be entirely fixated upon the lizard folk who converge at the gates.
Have any of the lizard folks noticed?
None of the lizard folk appear to have noticed you either. Or if they have, they simply assume that you were one of the docile pet salamanders that belongs to the village.
Do I see any other salamanders in the village?
You look around, and you don't see any out in the open. They must be inside with the villagers, but the lizard folk wouldn't know this.
I want to make my way closer to the woman.
You're going to try to get up the tree?
Yeah.
Okay, please make an acrobatics check for me.
That is
Or an athletics check, so you can use your strength. So I just noticed that the lizard has bad dex, but...
yeah. That is a strength plus 5 is a 14.
Place your front paws on the bark of the tree and begin to hoist yourself up the tree trunk. Most of the village is still shrouded in darkness. Neither the elven woman nor the lizard folk notice this huge lizard making its way up the tree trunk. At least until you detach yourself and drop down onto the veranda with a thump. The woman jumps, startled, and then she looks. She sees you there. She narrows her eyes and says, "But all the salamanders are indoors."
Does she seem like she's afraid, or
She doesn't seem afraid, just confused. You could tell that it would be strange for a wild salamander to come this far into the village. And yet she's looking at you, her eyes narrow, and she says, "I do not recognize the markings. I don't think you're one of ours, but you cannot be wild, nor can you belong to the lizard folk."
Am I near, is there an open door?
There is. You could just dart past her into the house if you want.
I'm sort of going to gesture with my head and then head inside.
You scurry past her. She jumps out of the way with a start. Oh! As you run into the house, the inside of the house is dimly lit with a single wax candle burning on a wooden table. Inside of the house is sparsely furnished. There is a single purple bed, and then aside from the central table, there is a cabinet against the easternmost wall. Behind glass doors, you could see several bottles, jars, and vials. This is obviously a druid's hut.
Are there any...
"You there, salamander!" You hear a male voice, and there, stepping out from behind the potion cabinet, is an elven man with long blonde hair, wearing a similar green robe as the one the woman wears, but this one a different shade. He looks at you. He says, "Are you lost? Perhaps the lizard folk have disturbed your home as they marched here to our village."
Are there any salamanders inside?
There are none inside.
Has the woman come in?
She looks as if she wants to. She keeps peering over her shoulder, but at the same time she stands on the veranda, her gaze not lifting from the lizard folk.
Knowing that they are archdruids and that they are elves, I'm going to go crawl over to the corner where I can't be seen by the doorway, and turn back into normal form.
Scurry behind the potion cabinet out of view, transform back into yourself and step out. Instantly, the elven man's mouth drops open. His green eyes turn wide and circle. He looks you up and down, and he says, "By Ubtel, no, it can't be. Zinhorn Aloro."
And you are?
He steps forwards. He smiles a bleak smile, and he says, Surely you recognize me? Uzoma Akiba, son of the leader of the village."
Is he familiar to me?
You look at him, and his face looks very vaguely familiar, but the last time you saw it, he was but a child.
What is going on here?
He looks between you and the woman outside, and he says, How is it you come to be here? The Bakumora has not had visitors in... Well, no, that's not exactly true. He says, but how did you know to come here?
A lot has changed in the last 200 years.
He says...
And
Yep, continue.
And we are here in search of answers, among other things.
He says, answers. We could all do with answers, Zinhorn. We're all trapped here. The people of Bakumora are torn apart. The lizard folk and the elves fight each other. The lizard folk blame us for being trapped here in what has become of Bakumora. They blame Fatari for summoning those mists that encircle our land. The last 200 years have been nothing but a series of escalating skirmishes, ceasefires, and desperate escapes. The other village, Kaibo Village, has been destroyed, and several other outposts that have been established throughout the centuries as we try to reconcile with the lizard folk and push further into their territory have also been destroyed. He says, after a long campaign, the lizard folk find us here tonight, the last bastion of Fatari's people, of our clans in Horn.
If Fatari didn't summon this mist, like the lizard folk think, then what did happen? Where did this mist come from?
Azoma frowns and he says, it must surely be the lizard folk. Everyone knows that they worshipped Uptow in strange ways. And in fact, when the magic storm stopped, when the mists came, the lizard folk turned against us within weeks. Clearly, this was all a plan of theirs to cut us off, weaken us, and take the Bakumora for themselves.
But if the lizard folk aren't sure where it's come from, so they blame Fatari, and you don't know where it's come from, and you blame the lizard folk, could it be that neither is responsible for the mist?
Perhaps, he says. Then he shakes his head and says, that means nothing now. They have laid siege to our village. Over the last several days, they have made several attempts to enter the village itself. We have managed to repel them thus far, but we are weak. We are running out of supplies, and the female elf outside raises her hand, and she says, be ready, Uzoma. I see the leader marshalling his troops. We must ready for battle, or we must find some way to parley now.
Well, I have companions who would be willing to assist me. But if the lizard folk are doing this out of fear of this mist, trying to stop it, I fear that fighting would be futile and a waste.
Is one among your number capable of parley with the lizard folk? We do not speak Draconic. The traders always speak Common. We did not see the other lizard folk, and since the mists came, we have been focused on survival. We have not had time to learn to break the barriers of language.
Well, there is one amongst us who seems obnoxiously good at parley with creatures. It doesn't mean that a right now parlay will not end up being tomorrow's problem, as I've quite often found
Meanwhile,
out.
somewhere in the forest, the small Charlton goes, Bobbit's ears are burning. This place is weird.
Zoma shrugs, and he says, I'm willing to give it a try. They will either succeed or fail. If they fail, at the very least, you and your companions can help to repel the lizard folk.
How far away from the fence am I?
You are in the village now. You're about 50 or so feet away from the fence. But, as if reading your mind, Zoma takes a step forward. He stands in the doorway of the shack, leans forward and whispers something into the woman's ear. You see her raise her hand to her mouth, and then she calls out an order. Companions of Zinhorn Aloro, if you intend to parley, do it now. If you fail, we will join you in battle. As she says this, Bobbit, Bulb, and Sir Lucian, you each just see the lizard folk look from left to right, placing their hands on their weapons. The leader looks around, and he calls out, if you have someone to parley, send them out. I will give them a minute to talk before I strike them down.
Zinhorn just calls out, over to you!
Everyone's fine. Everyone gets annoyed with Bobbit and Alessander talking to people, but they always come back to her the second things go wrong. Figures. Okay, we'll just tell Keeper to stay with Lucian and Bulb, and we'll casually walk out into the main clearing.
You step out of the trees into the clearing. The lizard folk watch you emerge. They turn to face you, all of them still holding their weapons at the ready. The lizard folk leader takes a step forwards. He looks at you, his yellow eyes narrowing in the torchlight, and he calls, I see you there! Come closer! Let me get a look at you! Your stature is different from the elves.
Well, that's probably something to do with the fact that Bobbit is not an elf. Also, could we not attack before we parley? Be a real shame to be so close if you decide to change your mind.
Please make a persuasion check. The DC will be 16.
While he's doing that, Bulb is getting ready to cast a spell.
Yep,
Yeah,
in
probably
case
good
this goes to
idea.
crap.
If someone attacks Bobbit.
So -2 to... Okay, so that is 19.
Is this a large, statue type thing in the middle?
Yes, that's a statue of Archdruid Fatari.
Oh,
Whilst Bobbit's got
Yep.
the attention of the lizard folk,
Do you want to creep up to that and be ready?
wants to be up there so that he can sort of
Eavesdrop,
join
yep.
in with eavesdrop, and then if needed, sort of join in with information, and if needed.
So Zinhorn, you creep up to the statue of Fatari so you can listen in, and you see this play out before you. The lizard folk leader, the vanguard, wraps a hand on his chest plate. You hear the metallic rattle, and he says, very well, I grant you safety to speak your word. I will not attack until you leave. Come out into the torchlight.
Alrighty then. Thank you for understanding. Very helpful. We'll
You step
move up closer.
out into the torchlight so that all the lizard folk can see you, and as you step out, as they get a good look at you, you see their mouths curl in disgust. They begin to raise their weapons and mutter amongst themselves, and the lizard folk vanguard recoils, and he says, this is who they send? A snake person? A yuan-ti?
that's
He
not
says-
very nice.
He says, I promised I would not strike you down, you auntie, but the fact that you are here does not make me believe that the people of this village are as innocent as they claim. Tell
Look,
me,
in-
you wish to parley? What is it you would have us do?
Well, first of all, the whole UNT thing is only more recent addition. Wasn't always this way, and I can understand your reasonings for distrust. They weren't exactly the nicest folk when I met them, either. My name is Alexander Ray Burton of, well, one of the main houses of Mezro. As for why we're here, mostly to understand the cause and how to stop this, and just sort of gestures at the bizarre sky above him going, this whole mess. Now, what exactly are we having problems with here? From what I can see, we seem to be having issues over the whole Uptow situation. Is that correct?
As you talk, he listens to his credit, and when you say the name Mezro, his eyes widen. When you finish, he simply asks, Mezro, you mean to say you come from beyond the mists, outside of the Bakumora?
Yes, though it does seem that, much like yourselves, we are now trapped here. There does not seem to be a way back for us, but we did originally come from outside.
All
Wait,
my life
wait.
since I came from the egg, myself and my kind have been confined here in the Bakumora, unable to pass beyond the mists. But we have heard stories passed down by our ancestors of lands beyond. One of them called Mezro, a city of great magicians, and the holy city ruled by Uptow's chosen Barre. Is this true?
That would be correct. In fact, one of those chosen happens to be my father, but when you say you've been here your entire life, you mean to tell me that we're not currently on the material plane? These mists are somehow a different plane of existence, or interfering with the plane of existence?
The lizard folk just stares, and he says, the shamans of my tribe have spoken of such things. Material plane. They have said that phrase. But I do not know what that is. For myself, for many of the lizard folk of my tribe, our entire world has been the Bakumora, the valley within the mists.
Maybe if we don't destroy the elves, we could talk to them better. Now, what exactly are we trying to destroy the elves for? You seem to, again, have issues with the terms of Uptow.
The king of my kind declares that the elves are a blight on this land, and furthermore, it was the decision of their leader, the Archdruid Fatari, to turn away from the path of Uptow that caused the mists to encircle the land. Throughout the centuries that have passed, our kind have tried to parley with the elves many times to try to get them to see the error of their ways and join with us so that we may rise against Fatari and perhaps find a way to dispel the mists. But the elves, most of them were still alive when Fatari ruled their clans, and they will not betray him. This has devolved into open warfare. It has reached the point that where, in the interests of our own survival, we must force them to see the right way, to come back to Uptow.
Interesting. Yeah, this leader of theirs, is he... hold on, make this simple. Cast Thaumaturgy on herself and just calls out over the wall. Is this leader of yours still alive, or is he dead? Who's actually in charge at the moment?
The woman's voice calls back. It is I who is in charge. Onyeka Akibu, daughter of Fatari.
And does that mean he's no longer with us?
Fatari set off to the south 200 years ago to commune with Ubtao in the Great Temple to protect the Bakumora from the ravages of the spell plague. The lizard folk rattles in his armor and he says, "She lies! Whatever was in that temple, it was not Ubtao. What he found there brought us into the mist. Demand that she tells you the rest of the story."
Okay, well... Very well. I don't suppose you can elaborate on the rest of that story. These folks out here seem mighty annoyed by that particular portion of the tale.
"There is no rest of the story," the woman calls out. "The lizard folk wish for us to be dead. They wish to rule the Bakumora on their own. What was once a land of elves and lizard folk living in harmony shall fall to the lizard folk. Fatari is gone. He sacrificed himself to protect us, and yet these lizard folk would take advantage of us in his absence." As she says this, Zinhorn, you see from where you stand, you see Azoma step forwards out onto the balcony besides Onyeka, and as she talks, you just see him frown and shake his head.
No.
Looks up at him and says, "If you have something to add, now would be the time to do so."
Please make a persuade check, Zinhorn.
I'm so good at these. Oh, that's actually a 14.
He steps forwards, raises his hand to his mouth, and he says, "My sister does not talk of the second half of what our father did. It is true, once upon a time, the Kaibo clan and our clan and the local lizard folk tribes once lived in harmony. All of us living together as the people of Bakumora. Strange, powerful storms began to appear from the mountains to the south. Magical deluges of necrotic energy laying waste to whatever they came across, wiping out several villages, elf and lizard folk alike. 2 centuries ago, my father, Fatari, the spiritual leader of our clan, and indeed the archdruid of all the elven clans in Bakumora, ventured with his students toward the mountains to investigate these unnatural storms and to commune with the spirits of unrest that he felt gathered there. He returned a week later, the twisted version of himself. He told us that Ubtao had spoken to him in an old Untitled temple that he found sequestered in the shadow of the mountains, and that Ubtao had given him the power to save us. He then murdered the High Council of both of the clans. Many of the villagers perished trying to stop him. He then left the village, never to return. The mists began gathering over the jungle soon after. To this day, almost 2 centuries later, no one has found a way to leave the Bakumora. All forms of magic and spellcasting become perverted by the strange effects of these accursed mists. He takes a step back.
Just to roll back, so the Yuan-Ti temple in the shadow of the mountain, correct?
Yes, that is where Fatari left.
Would I be reaching at straws when you say shadow and Yuan-Ti, considering their god is literally a serpent that, you know... What was the damn
Dendar the Night
snake
Serpent?
Yeah. You know, the one that
Possible.
literally wants to bring darkness.
What?
Yeah, you just see, like, Alessander, like, literally just face palms with a mechanical hand going, oh, of course. Don't take this the wrong way, lovely elf person, but pretty sure your father, whatever your father spoke to, was certainly nothing remotely close to Ubtao, and was clearly duped in a moment of desperation. Just a theory, but if anything could have destabilized this place this badly... Has anyone else here heard of Dendar the Night Serpent by any chance?
The lizard
Anyone
folk just look at you blankly. Meanwhile, Zinhorn, you see the 2 elves gather close to each other, whispering things back and forth. There is tense silence for all of 5 minutes. When Onyeka raises her hand and she calls out, "What is your name, Outlander? That you know of the Yuan-Ti, that you know of these things."
Name is, as I said before, name is Alexander Rayburton. And as for the whole Yuan-Ti thing, well, let's just say that through negotiations previously made, I am a recent inductee.
The 2 elves turn.
Yep.
The 2 elves turn to converse amongst one another again. After a while, Azoma looks up. He points to Zinhorn and gestures for Zinhorn to come and join them up on the balcony.
Zinhorn makes his way back.
Zinhorn, you climb up the tree trunk. Now that you're not in your lizard form, it's much easier. You notice that there is a vine pulley that you can use. Grabbing hold of it and pulling the vine raises a wooden platform that allows you to ascend to the tree house. You step forward. Onyeka takes a look at you. She looks you up and down. She turns to her brother and says, "You are right. It is Zinhorn Aloro, which means that girl is Alessander from Mezro." She turns to Zinhorn. She says, "Do you vouch for your companion?"
She may be a little odd at times, but she speaks honest and true.
Onyeka bows her head. She says, "Your parents were well respected amongst the village. As you've returned from Mezro after all this time, I don't suppose they..." She trails off and then says, No, I suppose that's too much to hope for. Well, in the absence of them, I shall trust your word, Zinhorn Aloro." She turns to face the village below, the lizard folk. Bobbit and everyone else assembled raises her hand to her mouth and calls, "Alessander Rayburton, we are prepared to do as you wish."
Oh, finally, someone that sees some sort of sense. Now, lovely lizard folk, I understand your need for, well, your particular wishes of your leader, and I would hate to let something like the truth get in the way of a good war, but it is entirely possible that whatever is happening here may not have anything to actually do with Uptown entirely. In fact, I would wager whatever corrupted the what was his name?
The Daijobi
The elven
Senga.
leader's name. Well, that too. I was meaning more like the elven leader.
Oh, yeah, Fatari.
Sorry.
Fatari. Okay. The corrupted Fatari may potentially have set him on this course and allowed this corruption to take place. Instead of razing this village to the ground, which I can understand why you would want to, but how about myself and my companions venture further south and see if we can't find out what truly caused this and hopefully set it right. We're not exactly defenseless and harmless, so I'd like to think that our odds of survival would be decent.
Please make a persuasion check. The DC will be 20.
Well, even with the -2, that's still going to be a 25.
25? Very well. The lizard folk leader is silent. He bows his head. There is silence for a few minutes. The tension is so thick that you could cut it with a knife. Even the mists seem to sense this as they hang still above the village gates. Finally, the lizard folk vanguard raises his head. He says, "I believe you, Outlander. There is a prophecy foretold by the shamans of my people that when the most dire times come to the Bakumora, that the Storm Reavers will come from beyond the mists and will join us and guide us back to the world beyond." He says, "I know not whether you are these Storm Reavers, but I know that you come from beyond the mists, and I'm willing to trust you. I will spare this village, will march my people back to the Lizard Folk King, and inform him of what has transpired here tonight. And if you would like Lizard Folk assistance on your quest, you may petition the Lizard Folk King. Prove that you are worthy. Prove that you are the ones that he has waited for his entire life since coming from the egg. And then, if you prove yourselves worthy, myself and the rest of my people will follow you to the edge of despair and back again."
It's so nice to hear when democracy actually works for 5 minutes. Very well, we will accept your terms, and should the need arise, we will seek your people out. Thank you very much for your understanding.
He bows his head. He says, "For one, I am glad that bloodshed was avoided this night. The king will most likely have you test yourself through feats of strength and combat. But if your sword arm is as strong as your tongue, I feel you will have no problem." He looks from left to right, looking at his men. He looks back at you, and then he says, "Seek our lair in the mountains to the southeast." Then he raises his sword, barks an order in Draconic. "March!" The lizard folk arrange themselves into marching formation, all of them giving you a glance as they pass by. Then, when they are arranged in lines of 10, side by side, with the giant salamanders taking the rear, the vanguard barks his order. "And onward!" The lizard folk march out of the clearing, away into the darkness, their torchlight, allowing you to watch them depart into the swamp, further and further, until they disappear behind a distant hill. You have averted the battle with the lizard folk.
I told you she was good at parlay.
The two elves just smile ruefully.
Yeah, Alessandra just looks over to the clearing where the rest of them are going, well, you can come out now. Worst is over.
As you look at us, you just see Bob put his flaming hands away.
Just see her muttering to herself, going, much to deliberate, much to think about, but at the same time, Bobbert and Alessander, Storm Reavers. I've heard of worse titles.
Were welcomed into the village proper. The female leader raises her hand to her mouth and sends out the all clear, and then, one by one, you see lights within the shacks begin to light up as the people hiding light their lanterns, come out of hiding, and stand in the doorways of their huts, watching you as you are led through the main square of the village towards the Archdruid's treehouse. Behind the Archdruid's treehouse, you can see the sparkling lake. Even now, in the darkness, there are elves plying their trade upon it, their boats lit by candlelight as they toss fishing nests into the inky blackness. You stand on the wooden platform as it is brought up to the balcony, and then Uzoma and his sister Onyeka lead you into their home. They gesture towards the central table, asking you to take a seat. They sit down in front of you, and there is silence for a few moments as you all take in the sight of each other. Finally, Onyeka looks at you, her pale skin flickering in the candlelight, and she says, "I do not know whether the prophecy is true, but my brother claims that even now, centuries later, Ubtao speaks to him." Zoma nods, clasps his hands together. He says, "Indeed, and Ubtao told me that when we needed him most, Zinhorn Aloro and the true heir to Mezro would return to the Bakumora, would come from beyond the mist. The Storm Reavers would come to save us." He frowns and he says, "Well, at the very least, the dreams and visions that I've been able to interpret, they refer to both the Storm Reavers and the vanguard of the Storm Reavers. Which of these you may be, I am unsure. But you returned to us, Zinhorn, when we never expected to see you again, when we had lost all hope of life even existing beyond the mists. And you saved our village from bloodshed, forged a truce, at least for the time being, between what remains of the Wood Elf clans of Bakumora and the Lizard Folk. Once, before the mists arrived, our clans and their tribes lived side by side as one, the elves and the lizard folk together being the people of Bakumora. Perhaps your arrival signals that this may once again be. Onyeka beside him just frowns. She shakes her head. She says, I know not what my father found in that temple, but I do not believe he would ever turn from Uptal. As for my brother's visions, if Uptal's guidance led my father to trap our entire land within these mists, then I'm not sure whether the arrival of those from elsewhere should be heralded as a good omen or a bad one. She frowns again. Uptal has left us, I feel. His guidance is not worth following. Whatever my father believed, whatever my brother now believes, whatever beliefs you have affirmed by returning to our village, I can only see them bringing catastrophic change to us all. Do you have anything you would like to say to the two leaders of the village?
The reasons for why we're here may seem unclear, but the fact is that we are here now, and we do not have a way out of the mist. So you've already seen us prove ourselves worthy to assist with my friend here of the gift of the tongue. What could it hurt giving us this opportunity to potentially help you escape from the mist?
Onyeka smiles, a pitying smile, and she says, but that's just the thing. Whether you are the Storm Reavers or the vanguard of the Storm Reavers, you are not the first to visit us. And those who came before failed. She gestures to the wall behind her, and there, behind the potion cabinet, in a corner that you weren't able to see before as you entered in lizard form, you see a 7-foot-tall block of semi-transparent, smoky grey glass. Go on. Go up to it. Have a look, she says.
What is that?
Bobbit, climb out of your seat. Walk towards the block of glass. Place your hand on its surface. It is incredibly cold to the touch. And as you squint your eyes, trying to see anything beyond the shifting, smoky greyness that coalesces on its surface, you see the shape of two humanoid bodies encased within. One is Artus Cimber. The other, still clad in her Green Ranger's armour, her beak open in mid-battle cry as she raises one of her swords over her head, is Ava.
Real shit.
Yeah, just gonna see Bobbit turn around, like, with absolutely, like, just darkness in her eyes, going, what happened to them?
Onyeka sighs and says, they failed. They were instrumental in thwarting the the first lizard folk attack, but then, when one of them stepped forwards, attempted to use his magic ring, something went wrong. They have both been encased in their dark, icy prison since. Any attempt, physical, magical, or otherwise, to break them free has failed. And seeing them in that state, seeing them bring power from outside the Bakumora, power that the one called Artus claimed could free us, could even restore Mezro, and still they failed. She bows her head. And so, forgive me. Whether you be Storm Reavers, the vanguard of the Storm Reavers, or just unfortunate travelers who came to be trapped in our realm, there is nothing, I suspect, you can do for us.
That may be the case, but it doesn't stop us from doing what we know we have to do.
We shall see, she says, shaking her head. I would like to believe that Uptow would guide us, but Uptow turned his back on us centuries ago. Everything we do can only come down to our own initiative, our own determination, and even that has not been enough. So we shall see what happens. I do not dare hold hope. Beside her, her brother shakes his head. He smiles sadly, and he says, "But I do hope, dear sister. They found their way here, and they single-handedly put an end to a conflict that has plagued our clans, our children, our families for decades. Perhaps Uptow is gone. Perhaps Uptow does not carry them here. But for them to be able to do that under their own power, I dare hope." That concludes this week's session. You each gain a point of inspiration. In addition, this village, although shrouded in the same oppressive atmosphere that gathers throughout the rest of Bakumora, is safe enough to shelter you for the night. And so you get a long rest.
Oh, nice.
You were marched out of the treehouse and back through the center of the village as the two archdruids lead you to a place where you may stay the night. Word of your parley with the lizard folk has gathered, has made its way through the village. And as you make your way to your quarters, as you are led past the now faceless statue of Fatari the Archdruid, the villagers gather, standing, clumped together in groups outside of their homes to watch you pass. Mixtures of elves, of wood elves, high elves, a small minority of humans, and scattered amongst them half-elves, watching you. Their faces are motionless, neutral. Even the children, their childlike curiosity, subdued, crushed by the atmosphere of their terrible place, watching you, unsure what to make of you, and perhaps, deep down, some of them, even willing to hope. We will be back next week for more adventures in the dread domain of Bakumora. I'd like to thank everyone who joined us, especially Archangel K. It was a disturbing and riveting episode. What was supposed to be a tough fight against lizard folk was averted. bloodshed spared, and needless death put on hold for at least another day. We'll be back next week with more episodes of D&D and of Vampire the Chicago Chronicles. We also have a sub-episode of Vampire the Chicago Chronicles, which went live yesterday. So if you're interested in that campaign and want more and can't wait till next week, please check that out. Until then, remember, when the mist whispers, when the dark powers talk, when the dark powers try to turn you to their cause, do not listen. Goodbye, everyone.